This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Nathan Nota, co-sponsored by Honorable Ricky Nez. This legislation requires a 2/3 vote of the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Number 9. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading that legislation to the record. Do we have a motion? Motion by Delegate Toll, second. Second by Chair Jesus. Colleagues, we do have questions on the floor. We'll give over to Honorable Daniels for 20 minutes for his presentations. And the staff did email that presentation out to as well, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 25th Navajo Nation Council. Visitors in the gallery. So thank you for coming. I'm the sponsor of this legislation here, legislation 0025-23. Co-sponsor. So the with me up here, I have two of my agents, Mr. Stan Sapp with Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, and also Ms. Elaine Young from Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Before you have legislation 0025-23. Yes, kudo behate sige ya kudo I see kudo na o kage kudo but hitato but ni kato ni kato teacher kudo adonana kudo. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Kwegi ben hiki hol disease kwegi. I see na chai la dida na Gouldings, Manama Valley, da in niche ad. Adana Nishiki Hashin so Kodo na negi al yago kodo Adon da kodo Lada Eba Atlanta Slingit Hotida Adonana Kodo Nagata Navajo Nation Council Kodo Adatadol de called the last term and also this term again ya added tour delia. We scheduled three of my colleagues went there to tour the property. I met with the Hospitality Enterprise, DED, So in the gallery, I also have Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Board Chair, Mr. Lorenzo Max, this legislation from Oljeto, just Oljeto is that the host chapter of Kwegi. The AIC support chapter they have a resolution that they passed last month. The delegate nota chair delegate Eugenia Charles Newton this is a 100th anniversary 100 years anniversary 1924 in 2024 that's going to be next year it's going to be 100 years anniversary so my agent I'm going to give some time to Ms. Elaine Young after her. I'll give some time over to Mr. Stan Sapp. He has a PowerPoint or a video, a presentation that he's going to do. So, Ms. Young.
Shanda Hosaiki Speaker, Madam Speaker, Curley, and then also the 25th Council, Honorable Council, the Honorable Herman Daniels here, Kodo Shiteji, do the legislation 25-23. My name is Elaine Young. I'm with the Division of Economic Development Small Business Section. And I've been with the Division of Economic Development for 13 years now. Throughout the 13 years with the Division of Economic Development, we've been challenged with different areas, and one of them has been development. And we're working on new development, existing development, looking at other areas such as areas that are out there that has been visited through the acquisition. And this afternoon, we're here to talk about the acquisition in regards for the purchase of the Gouldings in Willamette Valley, Utah, Oljeto. The division has been working diligently right alongside with Hospitality Land Acquisition Act for the purchase of the property of the Gouldings, Willamette Valley Lodge and Tour. Our main responsibility has been looking at the site, the existing site. We've toured that area with some of the council here, the previous administration. And this isn't the first time it has been brought to the council. It has been brought to the council before 2013 or 2014. And during that time, it didn't pass. So we're looking at this again. The reason why we're looking at this again is it's a very commercial site. It's bringing in revenues around close to 30 million annually. And it has a lot of potential. And also we have a lot of our Navajos that are employed there, about 280. Our responsibility has mainly been just looking at the facility as a return of an investment for the nation. It has a lot of opportunities. And then moving forward too is that we worked with the we worked with the hospitality. They came on as the individuals that we brought on through the proposal to bring them on as a managing entity. That's why they're here. So we can go a little bit more into discussion after we view the PowerPoint presentation here and the reasons, and then the benefits, the opportunities it will bring to the nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and 25th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, we've got a PowerPoint ready. It's got a voiceover, so it should just play if we could. The guy said it would rehearse well.
We'd like to take you on a quick tour of Goulding's Lodge. video that Goulding's Lodge is more than just a hotel. It is a pillar of Monument Valley. Goulding's Lodge includes a museum, restaurant, gift shop, gas station, convenience store, airstrip, and so much more. Legislation number 25-23 is for the purchase of Goulding's Lodge. Goulding's Lodge is a small town. It not only serves the tourism industry, but the local community as well. For the community, the property provides employment, a place to buy groceries, get gas, and do laundry. In addition, it provides water to the local community, all while being the premier destination for tourists in the Four Corners region. The purchase of Goulding's Lodge would generate $5.9 million per year. Of this amount, $5.1 million would go to the general fund. These amounts do not include the expansion reserve, which will be discussed later. Additionally, the purchase would secure 280 direct jobs for the Navajo people. The 280 direct jobs just mentioned include on-property management, front desk, maintenance, housekeeping, tour guides, gas station, grocery store clerks, janitorial staff, restaurant servers, restaurant hostesses, restaurant cooks, and other team members. Also significant is the number of indirect jobs that result from the operation of Goulding's Lodge. The purchase of Goulding's Lodge allows the Navajo Nation to control Navajo preference in employment and purchasing at the property. A critical component of the decision to purchase Goulding's Lodge is that the purchase price of $59,500,000 is substantially below the appraised value of $73,400,000. The Navajo Nation will be purchasing the property at $13,900,000 below the appraised value. The appraisal was done by HVS. HVS stands for Hospitality Evaluation Services, which is the premier hotel appraiser in the world. The annual direct benefits to the Navajo Nation are derived from three components. The first component is the
Point of
profit
privilege
sharing
raised
income.
by Chair
The second
Eugenia
is
Charles
from the
Newton.
Expansion Sinking Fund, which is required in the profit sharing agreement.
That's as far as I can go.
Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, that's the loudest that we can get it here and within our audio. I believe that the presentation has a low audio itself. So if you do have a different file that has a higher volume of the audio, then it's just one file. Okay. So it's at the loudest volume that we have it here.
We can barely hear it. It goes up and then it goes down. Then it kind of comes up a little bit more, but you can barely hear it.
Yes, we can take that approach. We can do it slide by slide, and we can have our presenter, our agent, and may you introduce yourselves to the agents as well, just for the record, so we can get your name, and then we can proceed with the presentation. You would have a remaining of 8 minutes.
Good afternoon, Navajo Nation Council. My name is Stan Sapp. I'm the CEO of the Hospitality Enterprise, and I'm here with Council Delegate Herman Daniels regarding Goulding's legislation. If we could start at the real critical slide there on the appraisal value, which is slide 8, and I'll just read the script to it, and I'll raise my hand if you can flip it. Right there, thank you. A critical component of the decision to purchase Goulding's Lodge is that the purchase price of $59,500,000 is substantially below the appraised value of $73,400,000. The Navajo Nation will be purchasing the property at $13,900,000 below the appraised value. The annual direct benefits to the Navajo Nation are derived from three components. The first component is the profit-sharing income. The second is from the Expansion Sinking Fund, which is required in the profit-sharing agreement. And the third is the tax benefits. The tax benefits result if the tax authority is changed from the state of Utah to the Navajo Nation, or if the land is put into trust. The sales tax would then go to the Navajo Nation. The projected revenues and expenses for Goulding's operations in year 4 are shown. Year 4 has been used throughout this presentation and is the first year that operations are stabilized. The actual financial results may vary as these numbers are projections from the appraisal. The income before depreciation of $6,733,000 is the first component of determining the profit sharing amount. The second step in determining the Navajo Nation profit sharing amount begins with the net income from operations, which were on the previous slide. There are 2 reserves that are deducted prior to determining distributable income. This first is the expansion sinking fund, which is required to be 5% of revenue. The second is a reserve for replacement, which is 4% of revenue. These are 2 different funds. The expansion sinking fund is for the construction of new buildings, and the reserve for replacement is to renovate the existing assets already at the property. The replacement reserve of 4% of revenue is standard in the hotel industry. This slide represents the tax benefits available to the Navajo Nation. The total tax benefits are approximately $2,443,000 annually. These benefits would be available if the tax authorities change from the state of Utah to the Navajo Nation, or if the land is put in trust. The Navajo Nation's return on investment is calculated as follows and has 3 components. The first above component being the Navajo Nation profit sharing income previously discussed. The second is the expansion sinking fund reserve, which is required in the profit sharing agreement. The third is the tax benefits. The total of these components is $7,411,000. This represents a 12.45 return on the purchase price. This is an excellent return on investment. As previously shown, no additional cash will be needed to sustain or improve the property. The profit sharing agreement with NNHE has been set up for the property to be self-sustaining and self-funding. Repair and maintenance expenses are built into the budget. Future expansion of the property is built into the budget. No further funding is necessary from the Navajo Nation after the purchase. There are 2 other very important terms in the purchase agreement. The purchase agreement allows for a due diligence period. Due diligence is the process that involves risk and compliance check to verify facts and information about Goulding's Lodge, including those documents used in the appraisal. The purchase agreement requires a deposit of $7,140,000. The non-refundable portion of this deposit is $50,000. The purchase agreement states that the seller is entitled to only $50,000 should the Navajo Nation cancel the purchase during the due diligence period. Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise was selected as the operator of Goulding's Lodge due to their extensive and relevant experience. NNHE's experience includes 4 hotels, 3 full-service restaurants, 1 quick-service restaurant, vehicle tours of Canyon de Chelly, 4 trading posts and gift shop, a gas station, and RV park. The purchase of Goulding's Lodge utilized the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to produce significant revenues while maintaining valuable jobs for the Navajo people. And if we have any time left, I'll turn it back to Honorable Council Delegate Daniels.
Okay, thank you very much. Kodo ike nana kodo ado kodo na gaita tsaki stasna so ade ayisi kodo ado nana kodo aye ko e hashin so e be hotel zena ko na gaita Goulding's ado Manama Valley zayego. That's a tourist area. Ado nana chana gahaki e aje e kodo hashin so e so indo kodo e peso e aje tama ado lenta yishni ko eki Pale Washako, Aronana Quadona, Edishnita, when out Asian or Gelada Dolleco, Arok Adam. Throughout the pandemic, the art and the Hohashil so Neka al what a stokodo, Aronana Quado, Quehol, just a sokodo, I see Quado a Banankinch cart or Lesquado, Dick a quakin Hasha illa Quado dam, Shanant Ano Shenegi. I seen Hasha illa Atide, Nichel Ratlon so yet the Snadide. Adonan aita kodo na gaidam di ado an dahal nego e kodo e na gaidat or e pa bicha at edo leko. There's already 1 marketing company that visit the property so ada nes ido hasin so bela da hanne ko aro tro nande da bela da hanne ko ako tro nande sana isneo I see to behind the door. The walla da what nsaha case to let ko arunana to the and here kodo enterprise kodo Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise and enterprise yoshwash to let ko so I see bana oshka kodos not senegi arun here job but she be or beb bohni to let kodo I see bansa case what did ako asi na nishbete da hoye to na kodo keya na da hanegi keya an hin na da hatle to leligi asi bete hoye ko so edi asi ba nan khosh khash na an hlenegi hon so eben hich hanana si to lel kodo aronan anan tsi ke hoje hote shli kodo da at so si khanane ato lel mesyang 1 minute zi.
Thank you again, Mr. Delegate Daniels. I just want to make sure and reassure that this is, I believe, one of the enterprises, the way we're working with them is a little bit different. There is a profit share that is already in place, and that there is a lease that we are carving out at this time, and it's going to be going through the process, and DOJ is corresponding back and forth with us, and I believe the president is also has mentioned it, and that this is a good purchase, and there is a return on investment that is also tied into this, and the sync funds that has been brought up also, that there's two components. I don't know if you've seen that. There's
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, and to your agents for that presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to go down the line for requests to speak. First, we're going to have Delegate Tolt.
Madam Chair, Speaker, Ms. Curley, Ato Coronat Ani Tlenegi, Ato Shita Coronat Sosning Sosigi. Ala nek echabahanno juneden junova windle ko halan hitne da isa ko belgana bazad jobe bil khodil neto ya kunzindo halat nabe peso it atide ako hait bich hondil gil to peso bi nek ko lati na haut chapter Atana Bayet Senior Center chapter don't have any money to fix these chapter Head Start, even Senior Center. I do agree we need some funds to come in based on Lenigi Ebitanitle, but it has to go back to our community. That's their money to Ibansi Kesoshi. Dara checking so it is true Nahalchinda Altaiki, but there's a lot of red tape to it. Of course, I have constituents who I know based on this scholarship that I know. But I do support Oani or Kodoba cases. Even now, cases and get 80 peso gila. Aria hintehigin hidnebich hundil on chapter ko. Ko baby traya hot etolil ko. Sahodi casino hote arukuya hanahante. Other chapter illa de illa. I was a chapter president for 2 years. Casino basin $200 a year for our electricity. That's not enough. So, achait ehota jod nebelhuil no shi. Hata 24 etna latikin Washington in the house need osa. Nek I dolado tara oni zi akot ahobi in neta. Hast edol gilito ado kaya nahas nilto isi khichiosni ako teno hota lenda hilni hoto to ba ko nitsinda dishero hoto nilta ado beyan tista general manager tsitan lehola nako need napant lead to ishipin ya ako ede ya APCT to ba jobe ta hoile to jo na belwil on stane il on ede khayat eko alle to belan itli ho kode to jo ba hilo yo betat il akot arsenal ta to hot aisens an e peswas ana da la john johints a capacity to le to jo il to jo kuro enterprise to jo khata jila shin pesat no selo eko adon spazen chita le kodo kayanta don le page kune railroad o it ko chujol hit e o avances case era batiti na je according ne tours atlanta geoshin to jo koda dan ya o page it era zo le page it akot an hilo kal le ale don khata ngedo o kihat to jost at hal o e hot a e holjis ani pi kin days ndena kot o yichi na do ko tunas osda ya hin na ko te kleina ata leta bedino so yeah do kodoshta hot a in case I guess this is for your community jo toli jointen jo ba huil no to jo nebel nidla so hot a ben cha siro shta to yeah honso Madam Speaker.
Hakoshin Hiha Shiche. Going down, we have Chair Brenda Jesus.
Yate, Ado Hiha Nadishnido, Madam Speaker, Ado members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and also Ado Shiaj, Honorable Daniels, for bringing this legislation here before the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And I'd like to also thank your agents, Mr. Sapp and also Ms. Young. And again, so in regards to this particular legislation, I just have at this point 2 questions. Under Section Z, there has been a mention of 12 recognized environmental conditions. Now, in regards to this particular environmental conditions, my question is has this information, I know I do see that it's been shared with the seller, but in return, Navajo Nation shouldn't be taken on the liability. So I'm just wondering what is Division of Economic Development and Hospitality's plan in regards to how these environmental impacts and what are the severities of those environmental conditions that was stipulated in this particular legislation. And the second question that I have for this legislation as well is that what other offers were made in regards to this particular purchase? I do see that there was some financial information that was shared, but I just wanted to know if there were other dollar amounts that were also made as offer to the Navajo Nation. Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:23. I'm going to move down to Chair Parrish, and then I will turn the floor back to our sponsor. Chair Parrish.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Curley, Adel Yad, and on 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good afternoon, everyone. I have 2 questions to start with, Speaker Curley. My first question is in regards to the HVS report. At the time the legislation was heard before the Nabikiyatsket Committee, I requested updated numbers from Ms. Elaine Young. This report is from 2020, and I'd like again to request current numbers because it's important that the council have current numbers to make such a large purchase. This is over $50 million of the land acquisition fund. That leads into my second question. I'd also like to request the Office of the Controller to provide a memo of the current state of our land acquisition fund, the principal, and also the interest on that. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker Curley.
Reserve time are 4:09. Colleagues, we're going to move over to our sponsor, Honorable Daniels, for responses to Delegate Toles, Chair Jesus, and Chair Parrish's questions.
Ike nana kodo shunat ano slenigi kodo shas twi Honorable Toth kodo naiten kedo baba heinzi giben nashiko kodo shen kodo e nta e khanait zi to les kodo ani hot ekodo na gaidam throughout the Navajo Nation arunana kodo dita shintla gita isa ani hot estuido sani da hallo ako da ha ila e bayata tito ha ila e bentahat akala e na gaida shingo besmas ani hanat jahaki ka ya ije ha ila e yantat ajohot ada shin sa kesa ho ako ani hot ekodo nebzad arunana kodo sabeta na hodit ai kodo soziki e kodo yokedigi e yana gaida beso hado nel slatindo anast e de milso dobo sladnes not de miliaje 59.5 million e hado nel e na gaida beso najja land acquisition trust fund e hota e hota aje zasion e bigedo e hado nel Joy out on a great key up and show yacht, eben ye besos to acquire land. Even yes and Nelico, I don't know, there's other trust fund, Veterans Trust Fund that up and ye had long a nas Nelico. D hot a deed, I don't know, Kodoni batch, when on a great canal great ad Kayana hasne, Dido eben hasne, I don't know, and a great Quajeta. Colorado we get Ajeto Hashin so Ajet and Gaida ranches, the two ranches straight up in Hasneko. A Kodi Adoha, Niligit e Hodida, Adonana Hela e Yosh was to let Hasnego. Jot Adinal Sos had it Egi Equadona Gaidam, Quajet and Gay Enterprise, Dalyeko Navajo Nation, near Washington, Died Nation Enterprise. A Quedonagay Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. A Dalyego she the yes ye dollar tibe las ledo nagay president bishi kai la she she bich honneto ina the shiki e gata leko ada in the shiki a hot e dollar leko da in the shiki do sao anneta dollar e she to gata e hot ada in nis dollar na nashin lenigi so a de nis dollar to ko so ete ya aronana kodo nagayda has ada kodo nagayda Gouldings Monument Valley tsakish da hasne so ada has ande nagayda da jatona ta atado nagayda sa nagayda na gagi arol ente zins nagayda kenyajan date zinzo e hota na date zins era na paliaj da na date aho campground ish nenegi e da hallodo nagayda e kis aronal yeba howan Inta ikha aro chirnahat anan tahata ebes na has ad aronan aro letan na gay museum de snigi are in the gift shop curious shop da hallo ko aronan a jewelry store that aronan na gay tam na gay siki kodo hashin so it's on a beso ish in the tours na gay Goulding's tours de no aja hasina la e citizen no na gay de ana gagi akwentan chakoi aro hiteke na gay sabi in the sky ko ya ako do yego it's aro peso ish yego so hot yego ada has ito eti ba net ko do sha has twi ko do arona ko do ba na iten kidi ben da ko do na gede da isagi ko do be slash ne ko di da ako di ko do da ba na iten kidi Adonana Quadona Gaidab, or behind Z, the Gaidab, best retained, or it no behind Ziggy, aid on the Gaid Shato, Ayego Hashin, so it like Yashki, Donana Quadosha, Shatahons of Dagi, 8 and 3 chapters, a Aja, the Gaid Tona had laid on a creep, a toad on the Gaidab, the Chi, a Aja has only a Yashki, a corner Gaidab. In the NGS date, that Navajo generating station date, that one it's even Nashiko Kodona Reda Beso Gate and Hitcholia. The pizza that the meal so in Hitcholia, a co even I eat it or let Hodo Nedo. A co a quaking like East hit and deco. Ado Zoro Yuba bed pesos. I don't touch do alligate Ecuador behind Z the Reda. Aro le train that ebe kat nat aro ebe ana gaita be na ke shi be aro peso be na hiti shi lo bo net za ko ani de ne ko do shastwi ako ko do na gaita hot an aba hanas si to le ko do da aro ko do na gaita I see that I go do shi ti be hot za do shi ko do na gaita ni ko do today this morning benda Kodot dividends like it holia a Danish a Dani and a great NECA Navajo Engineering Construction Authority a 1 million hitch a huila a condition that's what edo let what in that deal so Arunana and the great Gouldings they used to provide them scholarship so they nada before the pandemic what I niche ne so so ede hodat Ecuador ayego ede ne ka na lugo ko arona di gate khekoshi shi hot edo le kodo ako ede yakodo da arona na kodo. The second question kodo shama Delegate Jesus kodo shama ishi kodo. I'm going to give that to Mr. Sapp kodo to answer the question kodo aron ta kodo na gaita shama shi todo le kodo. Mr. Sapp.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. I don't have the answer. We were not involved in the actual negotiations, so it was with the Land Department and President Nez that entertained all the cross negotiations.
Okay. In response to Delegate Jesus, I just wanted to follow up with you on the environmental impact. All of the environmental assessment and everything, the reports, we do have that. And then as well as the appraisal, a full-blown appraisal has been done by the hospitality valuation services. We can follow up on the environmental portion a little bit more on the environmental impact. That was all inclusive with the land acquisition with the Land Department. It was submitted to them, and we can follow up with them. And in regards to your other question, what other offer were made? Again, in 2013, 2014, not really sure what offer was made at that time. At that time, I believe it was a different appraisal, and certain developments were not in place, like the cabins. So with that, I can't really say that what other offers were made or during that time, during with acquisition has all of those reports.
Yes, regarding Delegate Parrish's questions, the appraisal there's tremendous amount. I see where you're getting that 2020 date from now in the appraisal, but it's from June of 2022, and that's when they did the work. That's when we got the financial information, and you can tell they have 21 data in it. Part of the due diligence work would be to update that from that June 2022 date to today to make sure things are on track, which we understand there to be. We've been on property a lot. So it is from June of 2022, the appraisal you're looking at.
Delegate Daniels for the responses and also your agents. Delegate Daniels, I believe Chair Parrish asked a question on the controller's memo. If we can get a response on that, but then we'll move forward over to Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In regards to Honorable Chair Parrish's question on the memo from the controller, staff, is there a way we can get that memo? Speaker.
We'll have our Chief of Staff, Mr. Rico, reach out to Controller's Office for that memo. Colleagues, I'm going to go down the line for next request to speak. We have Delegate Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Speaker Curley, colleagues, Shiaj Delegate Daniels for this legislation. I'm downloading all of the documents, and so if you could point me if I'm asking a question and it's in the exhibits, I'd appreciate that citation. So in terms of the purchase, you're asking the council to approve an allocation to purchase using the principal of the land acquisition fund. And I think what the memo from the controller will provide is how much is currently funded. Every year in our Navajo Nation budget, we set aside 2% of our general funds that can go to any, that should initially go to any programs, but that goes into the land acquisition fund to, and through their management plan, like to purchase property. What my concern is the percentage that we'll be pulling out of the principal account. And with this amount of dollars, with all of the documents, I'm looking for a conversation of, and I believe that the public should be involved in when we're drawing out this amount of money from a principal account. The council in the past has authorized the land director to make purchases of $3 million. And I think in terms of what's being asked here, there should be more information provided, and understanding if the people of Navajo Nation believe that the council at this time should recommend, then I would feel more comfortable in drawing out that amount of dollars. I'm looking at where we were provided a report, a few pages on what the projection is for the rate of return. That's all based, I'm not sure what that's based on and who created that document, but we have individuals who are contracted who should be able to provide that analysis for the council to make this type of option, since that's the position of your agent, that there'll be a rate of return on the investment. And what does that look like? Because what I heard from President yesterday was to then put that money back into the land acquisition trust fund principal. That currently is not the process. And so I just feel like there's things that are being said, but there's no processes that are being implemented. But if they're in your exhibit, please provide what area I could find it. And I also would want to ask in terms of the hospitality, is your last updated plan of operation August 17, 2011? I would like to know in terms of who is on your board, and the hospitality center in terms of like your capacity. And so that might be from the agents on what is hospitality's capacity to manage and operate such an operation. They received about another additional $10 million last year to build and operate the Shiprock Hotel. And so I'm just not sure what capacity they have and what metrics you're using to determine that. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:06. The Kode not the Kidiki Council Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Oh, yeah, Shadow Speaker, Otto Kwaiki Shitna Ash, Honorable Herman Daniels, Otto, your agents, thank you for presenting this legislation. I just have several questions. The first, I know this may have been part of the tour that was provided, and the status of each property. So I understand that there's the RV park, the laundromat, the museum, gift shop, Kwaiki base. When it's all tied up together like that, what is the status of each property? I know under the previous council, the purchase of the Washington, D.C. home was a purchase that was made, and then we sit here trying to discuss how do we upkeep it, how do we maintain it. And in the event these funds are allocated to Gouldings, will that same scenario also occur with any of the properties there? And I just want to ensure that we're also supporting a plan and an initiative that we don't have to revisit anytime soon to be able to bring in more funding to maintain the facility. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is also in line with Kodoshima Honorable Crotty mentioned, was the hospitality currently overseen for areas under your purview, Mr. Sapp, and also just understanding the trajectory. What do we see in the next 10 years from this purchase? Or is this something that perhaps we come to learn on various different aspects that we have to address, whether that's based on upkeep, whether that's based on funding, allocations, lack of personnel, etc. And are there any compromises to the funding that is being requested here? Because just based on the documents we're provided, there's 190 million, a little over 190 million in the principal trust fund, but with a down draw of nearly 60 million, you'd have a little over 130 million. So I just wanted to ask as well if there was any compromises with having to pool that amount of money from the principal trust. Madam Speaker, those are my questions. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:44. Next, I'll go to Chair Vince James and then return the floor back to Honorable Daniels. Chair Vince James.
Madam Speaker, other members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, other shina kodo iya in hitlat nedo na tos linigin hitato no tos leko. Ado shisazindo iya ekodonje hitenisin shina khala iya deep beshma sa anit linigi tratnas na linit snali panita ado tratnas nele ade islahandatle di kwadat ahigi yikahajoba adane anil tsko kwat beche bakahajoba nitzo ebenyatsadil zintle Njonon hilhahote donil, Njonon aliah bagan sa adolil, Khayshin hik ekonde kahe adola echete yoh idolil, Naha alchinen hitsoken hinaleke, Benanish nanish bata holon dolil. Di nigo akwat al yield hitle ako, Doben hitche yat hitle, Has twido sani le ekwen hit nitle ako. This is a wish of every chapter throughout the Navajo Nation. Any Club C members, they put a plan like this together for every chapter. And they seek for funding. They seek for land. They seek to try and improve the economic within their chapter. Di la kwatat ahigi, bete hoye bete nitle. Ako kote in hitatonin so selin ako konienda leda hat egita ahat nisle ken lenigi be did not jahigi be not jato lesi betenitle hotels betenitle nithe certain chapters hashit eshi hawan yadat ehigi nas neldo leh benache keya edo keya yelch hadan chetala okot adne yedan hinel ido leh da nego okot hashit eshi ekeya hanade di a baka na nish hadanol chal bakayat eho kin nigisa an ado leh da hat nego da ba yat hitle ako. We want an RV park. We want a tent site. We want a restaurant. At every chapter, at every club C, they have some sort of economic development plan that they would like to see within their chapter. Hot anal sos linigi ni hitato nil sos ado shakot ad neye hoche yadaltio ba questions not the what chapter meeting go touchdogaho as a delegate. If you go to your chapter meetings, you will hear this from your constituents. Jokot an has ako haned large she hot hajoba adens nanta that we need an airport that the hanobe yati ako. Okoko jotido hot abel hatet eko hiking trail according the chapters hayu on junk food sales tax and onas net in each of the chapters hayu based on nas nelo dodo hiking trail da hojo lehet ego kaya belch ani cheko do da akona anchka no da be yati eko khayshin kodat ehilch in hi ni lobane kheko storage unit, storage warehouse that the no any pandemic hit kahanni yo he yada it obohot ni ko joti kodat ehi alni joni nas ne ko sidewalks the other hot ni akonde chede and che izda be yan halchine ko health wellness biniye hat ni go da be yat here okodat ko Kwanza the whole just Ashin Hana Equador base or yin cage in Nako. She says Zindo hot ahoba had this Zihako. Bakahajo, ba Asians and Dodges lays that your alto Bible that your alka sheet out, but catches the Zendosh Quaggy Basa Naho Jotlin Dole. Got our bench had this station now. She says Zindo a ben, Kate says Zindo Ajit, Ned the Nabana Nahigido Ajik Hayasa Anigi, Ani hayu ana that it's not your that anna shimpik anna hapik what ban as de ba honits in oko ye go and shina a ha what inal sauce linen hitato nin sauce what inch hastito ne the nebana nahito sato bahastito les
Chair Vince James. I'm going to hand the floor back over to our presenter, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Nana Kodo. Yeah, Zanzag Kodo. Shanat Anoslenigi Kodo, Night Kid. Zahot Adi Adole, Hospehans and the nice dish kiddo. Though nice dish kiddo, eat Hospehans and the Ledo Hot Ele. A Kodo Night Kid, as if I hands and Kodo. Appreciate the questions Kodo Nagata by my colleagues Kodo, Delegate Dr. Naz, Kodo, Honorable Crotty, Kodo, Honorable James, Kodo Celia. I see here Kodo, Ado Kodo Nagata. At its eggs are Nagata, Gouldings, they pay tax. The tax goes to San Juan County. Johata Aja, because Anko, severance tax. Should have been told. Adonana should have been Nico. It goes to San Juan County. Aji ye ketla ako dina has no that in all tragin hiliana in death or less. Jota babansa case of bansas case ako eat ecuador 110 chapters. So hota trios eco hiliana in death. So I see when you bend here at Kohodo, Hashin, so Ecuador and hidden Lenigin, ye can't do was been here, Hotida, Rashenda, ye can't do was basically a 9 deto. So is been here. Ado Kodona Gaita. We had a meeting and a tour over at Goulding's at the site. I see hidden the house, Delegate Nota, I don't that, Delegate. Shamata Eugenia Charles Newton da Adana Ashako. We met with Hospitality Enterprise, Navajo Nation Economic Development, Ado Inta, the owner, Linigia, Yoshwashiki. They were there. They answered some of the questions. Zada, you said them. Nakasha Lande, Kodoch, Shananta, no Sleniki. I see that the Nosh, Ilona, Night the Dosh kill. Is been Yeho, and Deho. Ako, Ashi, Kododian, Stadlonishibin. I don't know, Yard, I thought it all is less so Kodo. Kodon Gatam. Ayego, Ikitan down seal, Neko. Ado Kodon Gatam. Kodota, Daide Kitigi Kodon Gatam. Rate of return that Egi to the Navajo Nation, so you that Egi in the Gatam tax. Servants tax rate in the Gatam. Got Bahashnegi, servants tax that goes to San Juan County. When we get this property, we can change that tax again. It can come our way. So the Navajo Nation should be benign debt or let go. So 80 yard old Abahas seat or let go. I know that Nagatam there's a trust fund. 2 billion obviously I sure 1985 at the holidays 25 million. It's over $2 billion. I forgot that trust fund. Permanent trust fund, hey. Permanent trust fund. What's that? If you're going to tap into the principle, the referendum. What I've principle the Nebetla and the Shigibin, the Nelano Dea, because the interest and all try to change. Being deal, Netona beta in Nisho, but the Ecuador the great so Kadit Hegit and a great principle, Ebis Neligi, Hashin Soviet Beha, Nisho Letico, Abet has the echo, so it did on his bounds and door Letico, Adonana Quadona great Quadon and Sahana Day, Kidakon by Delegate Crotty, and also Dr. Honorable Naz, and the Quadota. Honorable James Edo comment I see here Quadota Celia Ane what I did though a negate or jet togi has any day yet Lara to let go to the best Ari Hana in debt or let a 7 year a hut a cock at Agit a owner Lenigi she a best Aja to your echo but they don't ever best in Hana in debt or Hashil so a chewing eat or let on a chinachary or eat or let what are the public hand the wheel eat or let go a 7 year hut and what did Aronana Kodo Ane Hajopa wins and at the Ago, the great chapters now, the little 110 chapters. I see Hajo Bains and Nalyeba one, Yeka Hajo Bains and should be Beto in the Kagita at the Kisagita. That Hede Kajo Bains and Eshi Kodo E Bane eat or Letico. Aronana Kodo the Schneider, Hilka, yes, she did, what did Aron Hedjo, but she could hinge kid or let Kodo Nana Kodo, Aronana Kodo. There were other questions by Dr. Naz and Honorable Crotty. So Kodo, I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Sapp.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Yes, so back to some of Delegate Crotty's questions then on members of the NHE board. 3 of the 4, we have one vacant seat right now. 3 of the 4 are present. 2 are council delegates, Rick Nez and Odo So, if you don't, those of you that don't know that. And the 3rd was introduced. It's our chair, which is Lorenzo Max. And the capacity to operate, it is a lot of work, and we're going to have to hire some people, but we're committed to doing that, and we're able to do that. We have a solid plan, and part of it is getting to know the personnel and what's available up there too, and what their strengths are and what limitations might be there. I did want to answer some of your other questions as far as the maintenance. We've actually withheld some of those funds to make sure that the property is well maintained, and so there is no need to come back to you, the Navajo Nation Council, for future funding. That's why it's been set up, and the numbers aren't as could be more positive that we were showing, but we're holding at 4% back to make sure it's reinvested in the property. And there's the comment, what do you see for the property in 10 years? Or the question, it's because it's real estate is all about location, and that's the location. We only see good things happening up there with the reserve, and we plan on building 80 more hotel rooms with a fine dining element, restaurant, meaning a restaurant added to it. As far as the future of the property, we think is very positive. The retainer on investment, that's a simple calculation that you saw on the slide. It's the appraisal that has the real return on investment done with the time value of money laid out there for a 10-year period and done with the normal hotel appraisal standards by an MAI, and that's those there with normal rates on a hotel. Because it's income producing real estate, the valuation is primarily based on that.
Thank you very much. Ms. Young?
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. To add on to what Mr. Sapp had mentioned, Delegate Crotty, you did mention that the individual, the contract individual, that a contracted out individual could have been involved in the scheduling out these financials on what we had provided as far as the rate of return, and then also the some of the profit share. And Mr. Sapp, and then also as well as the President's Office, Bitta Becker, they did review all of the financial, the projected the returns, and they also did the modifications that we had drawn out before. So more of these returns are going back to the nation. You got to understand that these returns, it's going to take care of the maintenance and repair that's needed there, and then as well as the also the build out meaning new hotels and things like that. So with that, the hospitality should not be coming back to the nation again asking for any funding or any support. I believe that Delegate Nez did mention that the purchase of one in DC, and that this is way far different than what was purchased, I believe, at DC. That might be a different purchase, but this one is it's going to take care of its own, I guess, the building, and it's going to run and operate on its own. And that when we sent out the RFP to, one of your questions was the capacity. We did review we did send out a request for a proposal, and the only individual that did respond back and with the experience and the management experience, with the management experience, and then also the capability of taking this on was hospitality. Others did respond that didn't have, but did mention to us that at this time they didn't have the capability to take on a project that size. And let me see. Vince James, thank you for the comment. And this is a very tourist high traffic area. Tourism is an industry that we need to tap into. That's a huge market for us, and we need to take on more of these type of opportunities in the tourism industry. The NOSCO, also with the shutdown of the power plants. What are we looking at? What's your plan B? I mean, we had looked at all options to our plan B, like I mentioned, the new development, existing development. This is a 1 square acre of commercial development. It's already there that we can expand on and that we can do a lot. We can bring in more jobs, more than 280 jobs there. So there is a lot of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shananta. Nairosh Kiriki, Aronara Ashin Kotoe, Niche, Thank you. Speaker, back to you.
Kushin Kihat Shiyaj, Delegate Daniels, Ado Kodo Nadit Kiriki, Do Vice Chair Simonson, Do Delegate Arviso, Do Vice Chair Slater, Do Lil. Vice Chair Simonson.
Yeah, Kihat Nana, Speaker Curley, question not Dean Tahagi, Ado Shana, Delegate Herman Daniels, Kodo Quinzagon Hilnahalna, Ado Dia Oban's case, and my comments are really coming from the business perspective. My concern really is going to be in terms of if the purchase should happen, and thereafter in terms of management. I should all passionate the environmental concerns. I need to know with the environmental concerns and the cleanup, well, the current owner and with their insurance, would they be the one responsible and liable for cleaning up the sites? And you don't know, you absolutely have no idea until you get underneath, whatever it is. On the surface level, it may look fine, but once you start digging and you go under, say in the example of a underground storage tank, if it's for fuel, when you start digging and you need that soil testing and you find out what kind of damage is underneath, is the insurance that is currently covering that enough to cover the cost for remediation and cleanup? And so who is going to be stuck with that bill? So I don't feel comfortable in buying something that we've not done any, underground storage, any underground testing done. Ado, I think, owning a business, I get that, yes, one of our tasks as council is we also, not only are we concerned about budgets and spending, but where else can we bring money from? How else can we bring money in, revenue? And I know that's a big job of ours. But in any venture like this, Shana, I would, if this was a facility in my community, I would really want to fight for more community benefits. I get and I appreciate that these benefits, you say that it should be shared with all 110 chapters, and I get it because this is the Navajo Nation funds, but there's, right now with the taxes that come in, I'm not seeing those tax dollars at work. And the only way that you see them at work is for a small town like that. That's not even a town. For a small place like that, if you were to capture a lot of the funds and in return use it to establish and further build your community, you would see sort of the fruits of all that labor. But once you spread that 1,000,000, 2, 3 through 110 chapters, it's hard to see what the benefits are. It's hard to see those tax dollars at work. And so, Onaban's case, when I say that I'm concerned with management, I'm looking at current existing places like Quality Inn, and I've been staying there, quite a bit since I've been on council. And in this day and age, a lot of people are teleworking, they are working off-site, and now hotels are building to where they have day use rooms for remote working. So they're upgrading and they're changing the way. They also create them to where, people can come and work there, and they, while they're traveling, they're working. Those are new things that are taking off, and I'm not seeing that we're keeping up with those trends. And I really need to see a change in how we manage these hotels. We need to upgrade them. And so if I can see that we're
doing a good job with our current facilities, then I would support new ventures for our hospitality. And so I also, you know, the outdoor industry in Arizona is in the millions, and we're not capturing any of those things. And so one of the things that I know that we don't do very well is marketing and branding. I'm not seeing it from tourism. I'm not seeing it from hospitality and parks and rec. We have to do better with marketing and branding.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Next, we will move on to Delegate Arvizo. 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, other members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Didi at Kodo Delegate Simonson had the Yabansis case. The legislation I was trying to bring up the whole thing, but it talks about purchasing the properties. But auto in the hela hospitality, and I'm trying to get into the computer where I feel like I'm left out as a delegate on the agreements made between hospitality and the seller. So I guess what I'm requesting is maybe I could see what type of agreement hospitality has made here, and then that way I could feel a little bit more comfortable voting on this. I mean, like ako hun hitet ni aro land dahos ni ho base pass an aro Navajo, and hashin zachit ni it starts going down. And that's what I'm afraid of. What type of agreement has hospitality made? I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 3:29. We're going down next. Vice Chair Slater.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege raised by Vice Chair Slater.
Would it be possible to have responses to the prior questions because they're consistent with mine, and then I can follow up on those answers? You'd come back to me, and then I can ask them, Speaker.
Vice Chair, I'll honor that request, and at this time, we'll turn the floor over back to our sponsor, Shiaj. Delegate Daniels.
Madam Speaker, I don't think Kodo Shanat Anos Lenigi Kodo 25th Council. I don't Kodo Naide Kidigi na Kodo Naide Kodo Honorable Simonson should they Riaj Kodo Kodo Naide Kitako Nagate as Anigi Nagate environmental concerns. A Konagate Hashin so I Bendash Nashla I down Nagate Abbas Behas and the Slonagay owner and Lenigi RGJ Incorporated. Hashin so Ayahans and unlated maintain ish Bahans and owner backhoe the Plana Aronan and a refrigerator that and nanate let Abe owner and Lenigi Abe Nad Nastida a cocoa additional Nagay Mr. Lafont. This guy never sleeps, the Schneider. He's sale. Goes out like it, go hard she yosh cut, il nesleho. A co 80 year quid on the gate down. Hashin so in the gate underground storage tanks again, a gas tank. A quid a kahayo in the 80 a quid on the gate next to the car wash, Ajugoson, the Leconagay gas tanks again. Lay and the Yoban and the Shasana Alet Ihono Ehayo Neleho. So Ehodat Zako Aronan the Shnit and a great Ayego Hashin so a Yahans and a Kodi Dida Arda in the Shiki Adonana Kodo and a great Azadas art and a great in the Shiki has Aniki Ade Goulding's tourist area. The Quaki, Hodida, Chana Ragi. Year round, Ada Dakre, Hegonde, winter season, the Ada Danja. I call that Hodida. Other questions, I'm going to give it to Mr. Sapp to answer some of the questions by Delegate Simonson and also Delegate Arvizo. Mr. Sapp.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. The concern, particularly the concern question about the Quality Inn, that's I think I guess I'd call it old and tired. The pipe, plumbing. That building is sold. We're not sure when it was quite built, but we haven't put any money into it because we're trying to build a new hotel right next to it. That modular and that vacant land just to the east is all where we have plans, and the architecture's done for an 82-room hotel. We're working on getting the financing for it, and hopefully we can close on that relatively soon. But it's certainly a valid question. Then the property needs to be certainly revised, but it's hardly barely suitable as a hotel anymore, and we just haven't wanted to pour any money into it because we want it replaced. Related to that, I think was the question I was fielding. Delegate Arvizo, there's no agreements between hospitality and the seller in any way, shape, or form. So the Navajo Nation is would be buying Goulding's Lodge. The agreement that we call the profit sharing agreement, that is between Hospitality Enterprise and the Navajo Nation as really to operate Goulding's Lodge on behalf of the Navajo Nation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Also, there was a question by Delegate Simonson, who would be responsible if anything should happen? Is there insurance that's covering it? That's one of the questions that she asked. Is the current owner going to be liable if anything should happen on the property regarding environmental concerns?
If it's something that was present and not disclosed, I'm not an attorney on that. It's really a question for an attorney. But anything that's coming up, prior to the date of sale, you have certain restriction and rights on that, and then we would of course be responsible if we did something subsequent to the sale. I say we, meaning the Navajo Nation, but we'd have to talk to a real estate attorney on that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ado kuneba na soigi na dikit Vice Chair Slater, ado Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie do lech, ado Council Delegate Nathan Nota. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for honoring my request. The first question is based off of the bounce back from COVID. Are the projections that are included in the HVS report consistent with what we've seen in their numbers and what's going on right now? And then second, can we hear from the Department of Justice on what the potential environmental liabilities would be and get an assurance that that's going to stay with the current ownership right now, even if the nation takes over the property? And then lastly, I guess I'd like to ask Mr. Sapp if he were running a private company and they were interested in purchasing Goulding's, would they be comfortable paying this price? And I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:16. Vice Chair Yazzie, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon again, everybody, and thank you for the legislation. I have 3 questions. So yesterday in the President's report on page 7 on paragraph 5, it was mentioned of a profit sharing agreement. So my question is, what formula was used to calculate that profit? The next one is, what is the time frame in which the operator and Navajo Nation agreement when will Navajo Nation expect to start receiving profits? The third question, I heard the appraisal for this purchase. Could I also get a copy of the inspection report? I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:22. Do kone apana astogi, Council Delegate Nathan Nota, 5 minutes.
Yate, good afternoon. Speaker Curley, Delegate Daniels, and your guests. I appreciate you coming here today. I did participate in the tour of the facilities of the Goulding property. When I was there was quite a few individuals from the Economic Development Division, including Ms. Young, and I think even the Executive Director, Tony Scalanis, was there as well. And they did provide quite a bit of information. I wish that more of our council delegates were there. Unfortunately, it was only myself and Delegate Charles Newton. But from what I saw in working and talking, I talked extensively with the owners, Waylon and Monica Lafont. And right now, the way that I saw the property, the facilities, it is in very, very, very good shape. I cannot tell you what it's like underground, meaning the pipes and the wiring. The buildings do seem to be old in the hotel, but the rest of the facilities I feel like is in pristine condition. They're very, very new. The store, the campsites, and also the cabins. What are they, like 60, 70 cabins? Something to that effect. There's quite a few of those cabins, and I think that there could be some money made off of that. Just watching the convenience store, there was constant flow of people going into that store from what I saw. Also, the gas station that was there, I thought, just my perception, just the one day that I was there, that's what my view of that facility was. We did get assessment information, we did get appraisal information. Unfortunately, I don't have that with me right now. I think those need to be given to all the council delegates. I would also like to know who did the negotiations with this, who is doing the negotiations with this, who's involved. I did question a number of our leadership, our powers that be, and I know that even from the president's office, there was individuals there that were very concerned. I'm not going to say very, but they were concerned that the Navajo Nation Hospitality organization was going to take over this venture. They mentioned to me that some things that had taken place, I didn't get details, but the facilities in Cameron, I guess in Tuba City, and even the ones here, I got the sense that they felt that those weren't being run up to par. That's just the sense that I got, and I'm just forwarding that information. I do know that the manpower to keep the facility going in Goulding is there. They do have the potential to hire quite a few people, and I think she just mentioned there's going to be like over 280 individuals that can be hired, and I think that's a very important point. We do need to know more currently the rate of returns, the most current, like I think Parrish, Senator, Council Delegate Parrish asked, and then projections. I think those are very critical. The other thing is the hotel and the fuel tax, and I think there's going into the almost into the millions. Those would be coming back to the tribe instead of the county of San Juan. Again, the budgeting, the accounting information, we need to know more of that. It seems like that's going to be ongoing because I believe your partner did provide a lot of that information for us when we were there. And the hiring process is, you said that there wouldn't be a problem in continuing that process. And you did say that there was going to be $1.2 million in maintenance that's going to be required. I believe that was yearly. And then you said you had an expansion fund. Can you explain that expansion fund to me again? And you said you had those on reserves at the time. And then I remember hearing that there was 150,000 visitors 20 years ago. And in this day and age, there is about 500,000 people that are visiting the facility per year. That's what I heard when I was there. I do support this Council Delegate Daniels, I think this is something that we need. If those funds are projected and they're positive, I think those are things that we need to come back to the tribe. And this is going to be a beginning, a start. I think yesterday our president did say we have to look more into tourism, and this would be, I think, a very, very good start. The facility, again, it's in good condition. I asked Mr. LaFont Wayland if he would continue to run this operation for the next 2 years. He said he couldn't, so it'll be up to the Navajo Hospitality.
Time, Delegate Nota. Point of privilege raised by Delegate Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shadeja, Speaker Curley. My point of privilege is a request on page 2 of 12, line 16. The Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Rules and Regulations authorizes the Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources, and it goes on to the authorization. But my point of privilege is what is the role of the Director of Division of Natural Resources as we're talking about land acquisition? So we have economic development and an enterprise, but our rules approved by RDC identify the Director of Division of Natural Resources. Could I get that answered and understand where, how the Director of Division of Natural Resources addressed all of these questions that's identified in RDC O-78-16. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for that point of privilege. I'm going to return the floor over to Delegate Daniels to make that clarification for you. I believe you did say page 2 of 12. Is that correct? Page 2 of 12, line 16.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nana Hiakudo. In regards to Shamakudo, Honorable Crotty's question, Kudo Nagaitam, Ishidaza, Agadit Aidaza, Gitcha, Tahado, Ediki Kudo, Madam Speaker.
Let's give a few minutes to our legal counsel to find that page. That's page 2 of 12, line 16. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you very much. The Office of Legislative Counsel cannot answer actually how the Division of Natural Resources and their executive director was involved, but they can answer it. So I think that would be the appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. I'm going to refer it back to the sponsor.
Thank you very much, Kudo Hiatnana. Kudo Banaita Kidiki Kudo. With us here in the gallery, we have Mr. Mike Halona, Kudo Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources Executive Director, Sata. Perhaps he can answer the question, Madam Speaker. At that time, he was Navajo Land Department Director. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, sorry.
Thank you, Kudo sponsor and Lenigi, Shiaj, Delegate Daniels. Since we do have that raised point of privilege on that specific question, Mr. Halona, I do see you in the chambers. If you can just specifically ask that question on page 2 of 12, line 16. However, we already have 2 agents identified, but this is in regards to the point of privilege that was raised. Mr. Halona, you have the floor, particularly to that question that was raised by Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Delegates, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Yat na ado she Mike Halona desijina. Ado kudo Division Natural Resource Division Director she no shina nishna take. Ado nensli but nenslo shin basis chain to khanda shanal ki ane das che what ad nensli ho le to ha chen ho le da go akodina da kidigi line in item D1. Could you rephrase the question?
Mr. Halona, there was a point of privilege raised by Delegate Crotty on the involvement of the Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources. It is on page 2 of 12, Section D. Section 2 findings, line 16, starting from D. Ishin kwaiki hota e isiko bahadil ne. Ibini ya kwaiki nijito kwai bige sogi ishin nine this kid.
Hakushinla I didn't kiddies but Delegate Crotty. When we originally started the acquisition aspects of it, I was serving as the department director for the Navajo Land Department at the time. And at that time, it was Dr. Rudy Shabala was the executive director for DNR. And then when he left, Betta Becker was the acting division director. But as far as I know is that the resource, the division, the natural resource was represented by the principal attorney, Robert Allen. And so he provided the guidance, I know, to Division Natural Resource to follow through as to the duties as prescribed here in Section D 1 through 6 of what we're able to do was strategize and evaluate the properties, which we've done extensively. We've done had the inspections working with hospitality, who also was able to work with many of the appraisals to speed up the process. If you remember, we worked with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and we were attempting to get this legislation through the 24th Navajo Nation Council. 11th hour, the last session, it didn't get back on. It didn't get through the agenda process, and so the reason I mentioned that is so that we had to hire a broker, an appraiser right away. We had to hire inspectors. We had to hire those that were going to do the environmental assessments. And so all of those were completed and done, as well as title work on all of the different parcels that make up the property that is known as Goulding property. We did coordinate with Department of Division of Economic Development, as well as RDC and hospitalities in those assessments and dispositions. Like I mentioned, we did hire professionals to be able to do that. The negotiated price was handled by the Division of Natural Resource with the Navajo Land Department and with the President. The Office of the President, Vice President handled the negotiations based upon the appraisal. And so, of course, we started on a low figure and worked up until we came up to the agreed price with the owner. And so that is what we did, working with, at the time, Division of Natural Resource to follow the acquisition process. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Delegate Crotty. Just for reference, just state which part of the rules for your point of privilege. Thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Oh, gosh. So, the rules, there's not really a rule that requires that. But I do have the rules on my computer.
Delegate Crotty, you can proceed with your point of privilege.
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure what rule requires us to state the rule, but thank you. So I just need clarification. Thank you, Judge, Mr. Halona, for that insight in starting from Director Rudy Shabala to Director Bitta Becker, and now you inherit this purchase to coordinate. So on number 4 is to hire a consultant. So I just need to know, is that what the executive director, whoever at the time, hired the consultants for the real estate brokers to assist the Navajo Nation in the acquisition? And was it the executive director of the Division of Natural Resources, did they negotiate the price of the subject of property? And did the executive director authorize Navajo Land Department to conduct additional administrative duties that are not already identified herein? And you could see the rules and regulations, section 3B, 1 of 6. And if so, where in the exhibits can I find where that action took place? Because right now in exhibit, on digital page 32 of the exhibits that are attached, all of this information is not provided to the executive director of the Division of Natural Resources, but is provided to the CEO of Navajo Nation Hospitality. So I need to know in terms where the rules followed and where Navajo Nation executive director or their designees, did they go through this process? And where would I find that in the exhibit to make sure all of the rules were followed for the purchase? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. I'll return that floor, but believe there's a need for additional documents or within the exhibits regarding to her questions. I'm going to turn over the floor first to our sponsor, Kwadoshiyaj, Delegate Daniels.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to refer that question to Executive Director Halona.
Thank you, Speaker Curley and members of the Resource Committee and Delegate Cody. Where I guess what you're asking about is the number 4 was, did the division director hire someone to do that. As I mentioned, we were looking to collaborate with the Division of Economic Development. And so they were asked, since they have the funding to hire these professionals, that they acquire those studies and information. So they worked on getting the appraisals and some of that environmental work done through the Division of Economic Development. So we collaborated in those joint efforts to be able to do that. And if I remember correctly, the executive director was in the room when the negotiations happened with economic development, with the Division of Natural Resource, Land Department, President, Vice President was in the room when those negotiations happened. I have not reviewed the packet, so I'm not sure where you would find those exhibits, if they are in this packet, or if they have been not been placed in this legislative packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halona, for your responses. Delegate Daniels. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, at this time, I'm going to refer back to the sponsor, Delegate Daniels, to help answer Vice Chair Slater and Vice Chair Yazzie, and also comments made by Delegate Nota.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to refer those questions to my agents, Mr. Sapp and also Ms. Young. Mr. Sapp.
Okay, if I've got go back, make sure I get the questions right, Delegate Slater. So the projections, now that's post-COVID, are they consistent? The answer is, from what we've seen, yes. In fact, the seller represents it for what that's worth, that they're doing better than what was even projected in the appraisal. That remains to be seen. During the due diligence period, we'll get those appraisal revenue numbers and get them updated and see how it's doing. But from our properties have certainly rebounded from COVID. We're back from doing better than 2019 in many areas, and that's what seems to be the case at Goulding's. But again, we'll find out for certain. Let's see the other. Oh, you asked me a question related to the appraisal. The answer is yes. We used HUS did the appraisal in Tuba City before we purchased that a long time ago. We've hit those numbers and then exceeded them. The reputation of HBS is excellent. So back to your question, we ran the numbers on our own. We felt the value is there, and it came back in the appraisal. So that's why we really believe, whether it's a Navajo Nation buy it or somebody else, $59,500,000 is a great price. That's what you want on Delegate Slater's, right? Okay. Thank you. Formula. Yes, but so back to the question on what was the formula used to get the profit sharing amounts. It was really no formula at the time. It was the first thought that we would be a 50-50 split, and President Nygren got involved. He wanted, I'll call it, less risk to the Navajo Nation, and that's where he wanted the first $3.5 million, meaning it's really 100% to the Navajo Nation until there's $3.5 million. The $3.5 million anything over $3.5 million then can go to the hospitality enterprise. So I guess his logic is to somewhat take that risk away from the Navajo Nation and make the, kind of burden of operation on the hospitality enterprise. Let's see, I'm not sure the other questions. Oh, who did them? As far as the inspection reports, the Navajo Land Department did their own internal inspections. The actual buildings inspections have not been done. We've selected the people that are ready to go, but the seller won't let us do it until the deposit's made. So that's why we'll have 60 days to get the actual building inspections done. So when I say building inspection, so that's plumbing, particularly roofs are troublesome up there, the actual kinds of building inspections done. So, and appraisers don't really do a thorough construction type inspection. They're more making sure that it's usable and it can keep making money, and there's no just visible apparent signs, but not the underlying things that a real engineer would look for. Oh, his questions there. Yeah, so yeah, Delegate Nota, if I've got somebody there who negotiated it. So Mike Alona laid that out, but it's really the President Niz and the Land Department in the room doing it. It came up with the amounts. The concerns about NNHE running the operation, I spoke to the issue of the Quality Inn and are wanting to replace that building. We run 4 other operations we're very proud of. Take, for instance, the travel center down at Navajo exceeds the National Association of Convenience Store standards by any kind of financial ranking. We're very proud of that operation. Tremendous return on investment there. We've Tuba City, I've mentioned that, how successful that's been over the appraised amount in my prior answer. We bought, for example, Thunderbird Lodge. We purchased that in year 2 of getting the Thunderbird Lodge. We have 2.5 times the revenue of the prior owner. What's another example? St. Michael's, which we purchased, we've already passed the 2019 revenues of the prior owner there, so we're very proud of that. Up in Page, we bought a hotel, sold it when the market was high, and made $8 million cash, which is the $8 million that we used to build our 2 office buildings here in Window Rock. So again, it's you guys, everyone here, I shouldn't say slang, you guys, you know us as the Quality Inn, and we want that building replaced, and everything you say about it, I suspect is very true when it comes to the physical building that's there that needs to be retired, and we certainly agree with that. I had questions on the rates of the return. The rates of return, again, are laid out in the appraisal as the time value of money with discount rates laid out there over a 10-year period, but by a very, very professional group. Let's see. Oh, and the question came up about 1.2 million in repairs. And it was on one of the slides. I'm sure it's a lot of numbers there. You probably missed it. $1.2 million is just the annual amount for normal repair and maintenance. And that means maintenance guys, unplugging toilets, mowing grass, raking rocks, everything that breaks around the place, replacing light bulbs. That's $1.2 million a year. And that's in the normal budget, in the normal financial statement you saw, always planned for. The reserve for replacement is an additional 4% of revenue that is used, and that's for renovating the existing facilities. So renovating means that's replacing carpeting. You have to replace carpet every 5 to 6 years. That's replacing, all the linens. You do that very frequently. Mattresses are a big renovation item, and including what we call the hard goods in the room, which is the furniture. So that's what that reserve for replacement is for. Again, I guess the concern is always, are you going to come back to us for money? And we're trying to answer that question by setting these reserves up in advance because no one wants to hear it. And the visitation Monument Valley, I have the numbers, I don't have them with me, but it has been growing. We deal with these foreign tour operators, meaning the buses that come in They want to be in Monument Valley. Now, we get a tremendous amount of them in Tuba City because they can go over to the Grand Canyon or they go over to the Monument Valley. We do a lot of group business there, but there's nothing like that they can't sell more. The minute, if we told them the Navajo Nation owned Goulding's Lodge, we don't have to worry about it. They want to book rooms there, and we'll continue to book rooms there. That's why we know there's what's called unsatisfied demand. There is a demand for more hotel rooms in Monument Valley than currently exists. I hope I got them all. Thank you. Oh, the expansion fund, so you have this excess land up there, a lot of excess land, we call it. They valued it and said you need more rooms there. In the appraisal, it says build 80 more rooms, which I agree with. So that we want to build 80 more rooms, and they're going to be very upscale rooms, meaning, and very expensive rooms. And with that, then we're going to need some dining with it. And so we're going to have a somewhat small restaurant, 110 seats. That's a fine dining, meaning we're talking white tablecloth type dining environment there. That market is high end. They have money to spend, and we want to, if they come there, we want to keep them more than one night. We want them to stay 2 nights.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to give some time to Ms. Young to expound on the expansion funds.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels, on to expand on the expansion fund for the question from Delegate Nota. The expansion fund that was covered here, how we have you got to understand when we did the RFP out, the understanding was for the enterprise to initially manage and operate the facility and on behalf of the Navajo Nation, and that there will be a profit share in there that for this. In the expansion fund, the sinking funds, it includes 2 areas like we mentioned, the maintenance and the repair, and then also, which is sort of like the capital improvement funds to build out any other additional hotel and all that. So it wouldn't, the nation wouldn't be putting up additional monies for all of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Without Madam Speaker, what Speaker?
Honorable Daniels and your agents, Ado Kodoto Nate Kid, Vice Chair Slater, he did ask for clarification on the environmental liability from Department of Justice. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Bawas. I always have a hard time with your name, Kathy, Department of Justice, in regards to Vice Chair Slater's question.
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to Delegate Slater's question, my colleague, Ms. Veronica Blackhat, who is the attorney from DOJ who reviewed the purchase agreement, she stated that the current agreement doesn't speak to future environmental liability, and that under the agreement, the sellers are required to mitigate prior to any environmental issues that are identified prior to closing. But it doesn't speak to if something is discovered after closing, that they would be responsible for mitigating that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Colleagues, I'm going to move forward with who's in queue. Next, we have Honorable Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We are lawmakers. Legislation Unfortunately, most of us didn't make it to the tour out at Ojeto. It's a very beautiful place. I always love taking pictures over there, and when I go over there, I see a lot of people, a lot of tourists
different languages. Just same way with Antelope Point. At Antelope Point, a person came from France and took a photograph of that canyon, went back to Europe and sold it for over $1 million. I thought, wow, how come we can't do this here? On hilchi ka ishimanata, alo ledo yoben da huit arado, hot a peso il ino. This is how we're going to generate revenue. Do ICD nida. My first legislation, colleagues, my first legislation was one of the most controversial legislation. But it was good. I learned something from it, that this is what it entails to be a leader. And my first legislation was about purchasing Navajo Generating Station and Kayenta Mine. Now I look at it, if we did buy it, we would only have like about 5.5 years left and then shut it down, because we're going to buy it for 10 years just to have the Navajo Nation make money and then phase it out. I did introduce a legislation, forest carbon credits, which would be generating at least 20 million annually. And I know some of my colleagues voted red, but that's their decision, you know. I'm not going to tell them some of this money is not going to go to your chapters. That wouldn't be fair, because and what we have before us, it's really up to you. I was just there again about a month ago with RDC. Last year we did take that tour at that. So, and also there's a lot of potential for this. When you start talking about how much money will the nation make, 5.9 million. Some of this money, if we don't buy it, it'll go to Utah. Utah doesn't want this to happen. I am just impressed by your questions, but this is something that I believe that we probably really should consider. I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 1:14. Ado Kodonana, Honorable Shauna Entlaw, 5 minutes.
Shadeja Speaker Curley, Shana, Mr. Daniels, thank you for bringing this legislation forward. Dean Nadesh Kittenson. So according to the legislation here, we talked about the jurisdiction of the land. We know that there is certain parts of the land that overlap into Navajo Nation trust land. So how does DOJ plan on remedying that? Or how did they work with that? And then also, how long will the process take to revert it into trust lands? And one of the things that concerns me is once the seller does sell, those taxes will still be made to the state until the land reverts to tribal trust funds. So was that clause also implemented on behalf of the seller to maintain the taxes? Those are some of the questions that I have. And then as Honorable Shema Jermaine Simonson stated, with Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprises, we don't see any upgrades that are currently being done on the current properties. Quality Inn being an example, as well as the Sacred Canyon in Chinle. So I think that before we start jumping to properties, we need to come up with a plan where we can also upgrade. And then also thinking about the 99 years of this building coming into historical monumental status that will be also listed under National Historical Archives. So how will the Navajo Nation address that? Once it hits that, there is a harder time of doing upgrades or renovation onto those types of buildings. So what type of plan do you have in place for that? Knowing that these buildings are old, have they been tested as far as asbestos? We hear about these older buildings from the 1970s that do have contaminated materials, but I wanted to ask that question as well. But I do understand in listening here that a deposit needs to be made first to have a thorough inspection. Out of that deposit, $50,000 is non-refundable. So if that's the case, then it sounds like we have to pay that in order to get a thorough inspection report. And then also thinking about Shanella Delegate Slater's question, identifying the environmental impacts, and then also thinking about that, we're not able to know if we are going to have environmental issues until after an inspection has been done. And then also RDC did go out there. We know that there was contaminated sites within the area, so which included the abandoned uranium mines. So those are some of the things that we also need to consider. And then thinking about what was just mentioned earlier, coming from the Division of Economic Development and Division of Natural Resources, how much money did you put forth as far as the divisions from economic development and also natural resource into the appraisal of this? So now it seems like we are obligated, because I want to know how much money was put forth into this legislation prior to where we are now. And that comes to another thought about whether that RDC resolution, RDC-CO-78-16, is working against us if we're using money prior to purchases, and maybe that needs to be rescinded. So those are my thoughts, and I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:10. Next in queue, we have Honorable Helena Nesbigay, 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, Sitsila Kwagi legislation you thought in Anida, although with your agents too, although the 25th Council and a speaker. It's just making me think that, you know, living out there close where the neighbors of this resort out there, and then Nihito, we have a resort like that near us, Wawi Lodge Marina. And working there for several years, I see a lot of tourists that come in, and they do make a lot of money. And I did work with the tourists as one of their activities coordinator for about 6 years. And the money is there, yes. And I know the place here at Goulding's at Monument Valley, I know we're gonna make money. And I do, you know, I do suggest that, you know, we purchase this place so we can make more money for generation to come. And yes, it's going to turn 100 years next year, but still yet it's going to be a place to where it's on the reservation, and we would like to, it's just like a historic place down in Ganado, that Hubbard's trading post. It still sits there, and a lot of tourists comes in. What belagani chaikat what des do Congo bebeso halongo koegila the next case koegido belhajonle nike such a conde kaido such betrahande kaigon hela hot up on sikes, but not that a kali de hot ayan sikes belhajoni ye bebe beso halon archi he nil what it edi ako IEC konde the kon legislation ni kitato need anida but ado base odol ni ni we need revenues konde NGS shut down and Peabody cho eye go based on ha yi la nek ading he based on steam at aji kil na halen ako ha chat age shit not that the need in the lel shields is go hot and el kitahit a shin ya at e helto latte the net an hinel in dot a kuche based on hidden ako hot ako ado and ado railroad by ha or see from NGS all NGS railroad to Peabody jo e ni ke ya han en chinti ko e I see ni hidden the town chinti o hakushina ke ya na de des ako ade do la hot answer da case ako but the hotel do quite facility the all ha you den na ha every summer a hot ako ako alle engine go upgrade a dalyado a bit engine go she based about not that the Nathan Salvance's case. And back to you, Speaker. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:16. I'm going to return the floor back over to our sponsor to respond to comments and questions made by Delegate Nez, Delegate Shauna Antlaw, and Delegate Helena Nesbegay. Shiash, Delegate Daniels.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah. Arusnant Aruslanigi Kodo Daide Keto Bada Isi Kodo Shidna Kodo Honorable Nez Kodo Rick Nez Kodo Baba Hain Z Kodo Ani Kodo Nagaita. The last RDC we were out there when we did the abandoned uranium mine tours. Ita Adatata di Kedo the other 25th Council RDC Adat Canada do Keho Aronana Kodo. The auto that started when they did the tour, they start from the Goulding's parking lot. So auto, so they nash eats and she look on the gate in the shigita auto nana ani hot ecuador not just kiddo nana quado hot adi hot by husband echo auto nana. A lot of good questions are being asked today. I really appreciate that. Snant ano shenigi auto nana quado. I see shincho. This is your legislation to take. Ashin Kiben coordinate or let go. I don't hate or go in that in the cat or let go. The hate a job, but they could have done about 8 in what either. I call every day. We just need each. So they were over 400,000. I call the next 10 years over 500,000, $500,000, which is it all that. What I need each what either. We need to think about our Navajo people. Don't the great Appraisal. Alita ibet yahnahin deto leligi so ani hot ekodo adonana kodo lansi zini hot anit hotida every day every night nstieho halita and past ido lashten en sonda and sas kesle na reitli bagada libantli the berbekashida ban strota halita past ido la so all 110 chapters what answers case with that's all I think about driving from Monument Valley to here. So that 80 that's case go beso ya nahin deto leti a conagata. I know the NGS was that it on a Peabody a beso yanahin deko. I call that went away called and he needs how they biga. The hit the Ecuador, the Shenda, Bansi case, so they be got Diego. So area by Pahasito, Adonan, Quado, Shate, Ani Hot and a great Antelope Point, Antelope Canyon, Aj has Anigi, Adonan, and Antelope Marina. Edo, I see that Ana Raki, I see Yego, not Adonan, a horseshoe bender. Ado le Ecuador at the Hojol Hagi or Ecuador, Asian Ecuador at a Hisnate, let's just Ecuador without Egi Baba by Yale Tito, let Aaron oversight and Lendigi Resources and Development Committee at that Hagi, Asian Ecuador, a year, a Hisn that let's see to the great talk about the the potential areas on the Navajo Nation could on the tourist areas. My brother, the Honorable James, the area, Hubble Trading Post. The yogi that they had in town, so there was some questions by Delegate Clark, Honorable Clark, that I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Sapp. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Delegate Claw, yes, if I've got the questions correctly, one starting off with about the overlap of trust land. The Navajo Nation does have 2 leases that on land that the current Goulding's owners lease land from the Navajo Nation, and that land properties, if you're familiar with the property at all, is part of the sewer lagoon at that end, at the end of the airstrip. And those leases would need to be transferred to, I'm not sure how it's done internally with the Navajo Nation or how they would exactly do it. But it should be, I don't know that there's much of an issue there. As far as wanting to upgrade Winter Rock, I agree with you, we'd like to too. Thunderbird operates under a lease agreement with the National Park Service, so we're only allowed to do what they allow us to do as a lessee. So we actually have a reserve there of 3% of revenue, and we continue to plow that back into the property, and we're committed with whatever our 3% is going to be for 23 already. So yes, and Thunderbird Lodge, there's those customers would pay more for room, and particularly what we'd love to renovate there is the bathrooms. But if you're familiar with Thunderbird Lodge at all, it certainly needs to be done. But again, we're kind of at the mercy of the National Park Service on that because it is their asset. Historical, I've never dealt with something in an actual registered historical preserve, historic register type property. I do know that historic properties are difficult to work on. Our tuba sitting trading post that we operate as any roof leak of any type, seems like it costs twice as much to get anything fixed in it. No doubt about that, whether it gets registered or not. And many of the rooms there are not historic at Goulding's Lodge, but many are. And I'm thinking particularly of the museum and John Wayne's Cabin or whatever, some of those older buildings. Yes, and I do you're exactly right. If doing our due diligence period, if we come up with perhaps it's asbestos, perhaps it's some other environmental concern, the Navajo Nation would lose $50,000. I do want to let you know that's not an unreasonable amount. At that point, the seller is very much at risk, I would say. When we sign this agreement with them and the employee, between the employee morale and the standards, and once that gets out to your customers, they will have costs of $50,000. That's why it's in that way. So I wish it was $20, but it's not, and it's a negotiated amount. But just so you know, $50,000 on this size of transaction is not unreasonable. And this is my opinion, if we need to back out of the deal for $50,000, so be it, because that means we just saved a lot of money. Let's see, on the, as far as, the money, I guess I'll have Elaine answer that question about how much money's put in. The Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, because we've paid to keep things moving, and help out the Division of Economic Development. Our costs on it now, we've probably spent, probably $80,000 to date on Goulding's Lodge, as all kinds of expenses and professional stuff and so on and so forth. I'll turn it then at that point for the rest of what they might have spent over to Elaine.
Thank you again for your question. in regards to the question through Shauna Claw, let me go back to the trust land. It was mentioned that the taxes will be going to the Navajo Nation. Right now, it has been mentioned that the day of purchase, those tax dollars will be going to Utah. But again, from the presentation that was provided, it can be authorized, those tax that's going to Utah, to the state, can be authorized to be given to the nation. Hospitality already on some of the private lands, like the Tuba City property, that still is on private property, the quality in there. And they have been authorized to pay tax to the Navajo Nation, so they're not paying tax to the county in essence. So the same approach will be made. And then also too is that we have an opportunity to convert this into trust. And the question was that how long will this take if after it's purchased, and how long will it be put into trust? I don't know if Mr. Halona, I don't want to just throw out any number, but I know that some of these lands that have been bought through trust, through private, through acquisition, has been converted to trust land. So that's the land department, the natural resource division question. I can go ahead and get that from him and then send that back out as well. The other question is the amount that was spent. I would have to go back. When we do certain appraisal or resurveys or anything, what we do is that we do contract those out to third party, and that we do utilize our monies, and then also we try to minimize some of our costs. So in doing that, we lump a lot of these appraisals that are needed. We lump it together. I will have to go back and see how much we had spent on some of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I give some time to Mr. Sapp?
Delegate Claw, I do want to say, we're very comfortable in Arizona. When we, Tuba City, fee land, our attorneys had their opinion up front. From day one, we started paying those sales taxes to the Navajo Nation, and we got a refund of property taxes. But again, that's Arizona, and the DOJ employees have informed me that's Utah, and we need to investigate it further.
Madam Speaker. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I did, in regards to how long it'll take to put this land into trust after it's purchased, I did get a response back, and that it takes years, but not impossible. They can request BIA to make it a priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Yes, may I get the Division of Economic Development to give us the numbers on how much they have used, as well as Division of Natural Resources within the next few minutes? When I get my reserved time, I'd like that question answered, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shauna Antlaw. There is 2 requests to the sponsors, and to have those dollar amounts ready for Delegate Claw when we get back around to her reserve time. Thank you, Shiyaj. If there's any additional question, or we're going to believe we were right in the middle of still a response. Shiyaj, I'm going to return back the floor back to you. Delegate Daniels.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In regards to the question, I'm going to privilegely Honorable Clark, the numbers, how much was spent, how much has been used, yeah, AD. We'll get those numbers from the economic development and also natural resources. Thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Next in queue, we have Council Delegate Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, staff. Thank you. The brother there, Delegate Herman Daniels, on your legislation, agents, I do support this acquisition, Edita. I think it's very something that the nation needs to acquire, Edita. Again, it was stated numerous times that this will be operated by the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, Ada. AutoCap, that letter that was sent by President Bunagrin in reference to the profit sharing in Navajo, Ada. The general manager for the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise stated that there were properties that were acquired at Page, St. Michael's, I think Tuba City. And I'd like to know how those properties were acquired. Did Navajo Nation Hospital Enterprise, did they get a loan to acquire those properties? So the reason I'm bringing this up is because remember how we got the casinos established. And I believe that was done through the 23rd Council. The gaming enterprise basically borrowed money from the nation through Navajo trust funds. And those trust funds grew very, very quickly. And that's how we were able to acquire numerous lands through the land acquisition trust fund, because that money was used to loan money to the gaming enterprise to establish those casinos. And our permanent trust fund, same way, it grew quickly. So since the Navajo Nation Hospital Enterprise is going to be operating, and we're looking for any ways to bring money back to the nation, and with this loan, with these loans from trust funds, it worked very well. Trust funds grew pretty quickly. And just going back to what stated, this acquisition will be operated by the Navajo Nation Hospital Enterprise. So my recommendation, Shananta, Mr. Daniels, and we're looking how to bring money back to the nation. I know one of the things profit sharing from what was stated by what they received from President Bunagrin. Why don't we just loan the Navajo Nation Hospital Enterprise to acquire this property, and at a certain percentage, and we know we're going to get a certain amount of rate of return to the nation, and it will be up to the council to decide what interest we'll be looking at. With the gaming, there was a large rate of return. When it first was given to the gaming, it was at 24%, and I disagree with that. But something that's reasonable, that a little bit above of what we get on investing in the stock in Wall Street, and usually rate of return is 7 to 8%. Maybe we can loan the Navajo Nation Hospital Enterprise maybe at 10 or 11 interest rate. So that's the way I think we can get some funds back to the nation, more than $3.5 million per year, is what's stated by the letter of President Bunagrin. So Shananta, my brother, I do support this acquisition of this property. But I'm just throwing this recommendation out, because it works both ways. We acquired property, but at the same time, Navajo Nation will be able, if we loan this money to Navajo Nation Hospital Enterprise, at least we get some type of return to the nation itself, the ADA. So right now, we always talk, we got to bring money in because the closure of Peabody, NGSS, NGSC, what do you call it, Navajo Generating Station, Auto, we're going to be closing that another 6 years, Four Corners Power Plant, 2030. So we got to think about bringing in a large amount of revenues in for the nation. So, Mr. Daniels, the Delegate Daniels, can we go that route? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson, for your questions and recommendations. Next, we'll go to Shija, Honorable Ottoso.
Yeah, yes, I would look at it this way, is that it's the second time this property has been offered to the nation. And both in that time, first time the nation just walked away. And I believe that was the same thing with Cameron. The nation just walked away. When you look at these places where it's not hot in Vilacana, and that's where the sales are at. You look at Cameron, how many tour buses stop there through the summer? Every day, Vilacana, and they beg go with Iowa. Go on a shame, go. Oh, baby, I think each and every one of you already have your mind set which way you're gonna vote. So, ona the kidi gibenal ido sa o na nihit na kinle do o obansis kiss. The bigger, broader picture is the $33 million shortfall. How are we going to address that? How are we going to address the $24 million shortfall that's going to come when APS closes? Who and when are we going to send employees home? Because we have to make that adjustment. Right now, what's saving the nation is COVID monies. The CARES monies and the ARPA monies. The reimbursement that it makes to the nation. When the nation makes their adjustments, and we need to look at ways to just look at ways to bring in revenues. $7 million or whatever that number was, I think it's reasonable. It closes the gap. You look at the President's report that he wants to relieve all the businesses across the Navajo Nation on their business site leases now. Relieve their costs, ne? If he relieves those costs on the business site leases, that's going to take revenue away coming in forms of lease payments. I think that we just need to move forth. Whichever way you want to vote, vote. We're lawmakers. We're going to make that decision whether it's going to bring revenues to the nation. But at the bottom line is there are our constituents. If Hubble Trading Post gave us that opportunity, I would say let's buy it. If Atkinson came back to the table and offered that property back to the nation again, I would say buy it. Bilakana does it at that he said that has that's in the hashi as yellow not legit idea. What up in the Department of Economic Development is stepping up to the plate. They are the agent of this legislation. The operator is Hospitality Enterprise. RFP. The main agent is the Navajo Nation. Are we doubting economic development? That's the way I see it. We are doubting economic development. We don't think your number's right. Akunda has into ya dais kado yan na deki na kai. Uncle if we're gonna look at the science and look at the professional field of it, let's have faith in our economic development. Other than that, I think if we're gonna
Time, Delegate So. Colleagues, I'm going to turn the floor back over to our sponsor, Shiaj, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much. Kudo Hiatnana, Kudo Shanant Anoslenigi, Kudo Shasha Ash, Honorable Simpson. Naidesh Kid Nagai, Hanat, Ili Holi, Hanat Lishi Holiana, I don't know, Bishmasan, Hia Kudo, Arinda Kudo should say, Honorable Otto So, Naidesh Kid Nagai, Tonanes, is that Bishmasan. Ko eight settlers, Ajiki Nagaitam, Ani, what Adi de Kudo. Today, this is your legislation. Kashinta Osleto Leko Aronana Ki Kudo is Obana E Kato Leskodo Aronana Kodon Hasha Ila Dikat Hasha Ila Arotad Arot Zashi Arot Zaradole Aro Heshi Dish need or Leko E Baba Bahin to Ajuko. So it what Ecuador. Aronana Kodo, Adigit, Ashin Son Hiben, who was nato, let's talk about out end of Banan Hi Kahodo, Ado Kodona Gaidam, Delegate Simpson Kodo Nidesh Kidiki Kodo, Arkushi Nidesh Kid Kodo, A Kodona Gaidam, my agent Kodo, Mr. Sapp, but you host letter to respond to Delegate Simpson's question. Mr. Sapp.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Yes, so Delegate Simpson, the properties were acquired by, we put together a business plan, got appraisals done, went to a bank and got a loan and bought the properties, to answer your question. And the loan, your scenario you brought up, was one of them we discussed for a long, long time with the President's office. There were two sides to it that were not that both parties didn't think it was optimal. On the hospitality side, we didn't like the risk in years 1 and 2 as the ramp up of operations. On the President's side, he wanted to maximize what's going to the general fund. And with those funds coming from the land acquisition fund, then your payments then, principal and interest, would then go back to land acquisition fund. So I'll say, the goal again was to really use that land acquisition fund, and then the resulting monies coming back to the general fund to really help with the budget deficit. That was it, Delegate Daniels.
Thank you, Nana Kodo, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sapp, for answering some of the questions. In regards to Nagaitam, Shasha Ashkodo behind Ziki Kodo Nagaita loan or Sha, the no behind Ziki Kodo, this legislation Kodo HOA Hataliagit, Kodo Nagaita, Beso Hato, Nagaita 59.5 million. HOA Hatat Echo. What Goshen Kodo Nagaita legislation Shila Hanada Liao de Yakoba Kodo Nagai or you Bashan so Kodo Nagaita owner Leniki. You have passed it down on such a whole cheese. A cordigan, not any she is Abahazania. I don't Zagway, illet to sell his property. So ko to ide oi bashin ne ko the kade in ne this council session dik akwe ki sanit leniki ni sangat ako ado zashin illet ako ide oi kwegi oi bashin ne to ko to ako and the shi ko to hajoban so case ko to sanat an leniki ko to na geda peso ya na hin tehki hajoban so case ako Kashin son heka ilierigi so dide so it was about sito and need sito ko Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Question of privilege raised by Delegate Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. This question of privilege will be going to our legislative council. What will be the process if this legislation fails, and what will be the process, and how do we go to second, the second alternative to acquire a loan for Navajo Nation hospitality using the Land Acquisition Trust Fund as from there for a loan to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise? I believe it would just be the investment committee to approve or disapprove it. So can we get a clarification on that, Madam Speaker and members of the 25th Council? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. I'm going to return that question over to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you for the question. So if this legislation does not pass and there's interest in doing a second legislation wherein it involves a loan to the hospitality enterprises, there are quite a few steps that would have to be taken. First, the hospitality enterprise would have to agree that they want to take out a loan for the purchase of this property. The council cannot force a loan on them. Their board would have to agree. The terms would have to be negotiated. I'm not sure who would do the negotiation. I presume it might be the Division of Economic Development. I would have to look into that. Then it would most likely, although I'm not completely sure, but most likely need an investment committee recommendation. There would be term sheets and such. So it's not a process wherein if this legislation doesn't pass, that tomorrow somebody can drop a new legislation to turn this into a loan. I can get more details to you, Delegate Simpson, but I will have to do some research and some consultation. Perhaps the Department of Justice might be more familiar with the steps that would be necessary. So back to you, Speaker, and thank you for the question, Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. We'll go back to reserve times since we don't see anybody else in queue.
Okay, thank you, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, we will go back to reserve time. And with that, Honorable Jesus, you do have 3 minutes and 23 seconds reserve time.
Oh, Hadi.
We're back to reserve
sorry.
time.
I'm sorry. I was like, there's a bright. I do apologize, Chair James. Okay, yeah. So, can you restart my time?
Okay. All right, thank you.
Go now.
We'll go ahead and restart your time at 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Honorable Jesus.
Hagona Ahia, Pro Temp Speaker Chair James Otto. Again, thank you for your responses, Otto Shiaj, Honorable Daniels, and then also to Mr. Sapp and Ms. Young. So I just wanted to really understand, because I know that there has been a lot of purchases made by Navajo Nation prior council, and we look at the purchases, and oftentimes we look, what did we get back on a return on our investment as Navajo Nation? And that's the biggest concern. And now that I chair Resources and Development Committee, there's issues like with Environmental Protection Agency. You know, we talk about CERCLA. So looking at the 12 environmental assessments that were made, there in the report, it does read that there's asbestos within the property area, and then you've got your underground storage tank issue. And then you have your issues with the lagoon where there's no lining and there's no leak detection system at this point. So what that really means is that you've got the contaminants that are going into this groundwater, and that's the big issue. So in time, all of that contaminants accumulate and go into the groundwater. And I know that working closely with the Waste Regulatory Department under Navajo Nation EPA, it is a lot of money. Under EPA laws, they have to be held liable for it. How do we know that these 12 areas that were assessed by the per the environmental report, that these deficiencies will be addressed? Or is it just going to be ongoing? And we don't want Navajo Nation taking that liability, because there's big issues regarding that. So that's one of the areas. And then the other part was, in terms of the investment, was the investment department consulted, whether if it was from DED or from the president's office, because we have that under office of the controller now. And I know that they can crunch numbers based off of the financials that were provided in the documentation of the 1,000 plus document. So I just wanted to ask those two questions. And Pro Temp Speaker, I reserve my time.
Honorable Jesus. With that, you do have a minute and 2 seconds reserved time. With that, moving on to the next reserved time, which is from us, Honorable Don Parrish. 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Speaker Pro Tem Adoyat and Nana 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Shiyaj, Delegate Herman Daniels, for bringing the legislation forward. There are two red flags that I've been noting during this discussion is just the responses from the Division of Economic Development. Again, we've asked for data, we've asked for financial statements, we've asked for factual information, but none of that has been provided. These are the questions that I posed at Nabik Committee, and yet those documentations and the questions that I posed then have not been answered. The second thing is what Mr. Sapp had mentioned earlier, that the seller does not want to do a building inspection before the purchase. I mean, we wouldn't buy a house before the building was inspected to really understand the challenges that the buildings do have. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton did say that there was a purchase of the Navajo Nation, which is the Washington House. And so, we don't want to make that, we don't want to make a decision without that information before us. So those are the cautions that I have for the council right now. At this time, I'm going to ask again what the set aside that the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise has indicated that they're going to make the investment for the structural, the challenges and just some of the piping and all of the structural damages that have been identified in the report. At this time, I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Parrish, Reserve time is 2 minutes and 26 seconds. With that, we will move on to reserve time. Shamasana Honorable Amber Kinasbot Crowdy, 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Judge Pro Tem. Colleagues, I would need to know, I've asked about how the rules of the fund was documented. I'm still looking through this exhibit to find that documentation and verification that Navajo Nation policies and procedures were abided by. I'll reserve my time and need to know where that's in the exhibit. Thank you.
Akiahetan Shamasana, Honorable Kinasbot Crowdy. For that, reserve time is 43 seconds. Moving on to Shiyet reserve time, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Shitla Ash, Honorable Daniels, for addressing my earlier questions. As far as the as-built, I know that many of our colleagues here are also addressing those concerns, so I just look forward to hearing some of those responses. And if a follow-up is necessary, I'll address it then. Speaker Pro Tem, I reserve my time.
Thank you for that. And the reserve time is 2 minutes and 25 seconds. With that, moving on, the listing on reserve time, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, 3 minutes and 29 seconds reserve time.
Mr. Pro Tem, 25th Navajo Nation Council. I just have a question about employment needed. The Kui and Hitna Argent Dalnish Ado Halit what's our guarantee that they're gonna stay there on Dalnish Tolish? I'm gonna wait the rest of my time, Pro Tem. I'm ready to vote.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo. With that, you wait the rest of your time. Moving on to reserve time, Honorable Carl Slater, 4 minutes and 16 seconds.
Thank you, Shitsui. Ms. Khan has drafted an amendment for me related to the profit sharing agreement. I'm going to forward it to the Office of Legislative Services now for distribution. I reserve my time.
Honorable Slater, you reserve time as 4 minutes and 8 seconds. With that, moving down the line on the reserve time, Honorable Yazi, 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Thank you. I don't believe my second question had been answered. What is the time frame in which the operator and Navajo Nation agreement when will the Navajo Nation expect to start receiving profits? And then Delegate Simonson had brought up marketing. My question is, are there any reviews by professional hotel magazines regarding hospitality of Gouldings? You know, what is Goulding rated at as far as hotel service, food service, destination points? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Yazi for that reserve time at 3 minutes and 46 seconds. With that, moving on down the line on reserve time, Shanala Honorable Ricky Ness, 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker. Shanala. Honorable Daniels, I do support your legislation, and I just think that I don't think it's some that we can just kick down the road. So it's up to you how you decide to vote today. So it is what it is. Now I'm gonna go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Hiahatan Shanala Honorable Nez does waive the rest of his time. With that, he does waive the rest of his time. Did I? Point of order, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton Shanala.
Speaker, I call this point of order because maybe I misheard, but I believe that Delegate Slater did state that he does have an amendment, and he made that motion. Am I wrong on that, Delegate Slater? You said that you have an amendment and that you're motioning for that?
Honorable Shanala Eugenia Charles Newton, he did not do a motion. He did indicate that he did email a draft amendment, and he reserved his time. So it hasn't been received or. So with that, moving on to next reserve time, Honorable Shauna Claw, 1 minute and 10 seconds. Shanala.
Oh, Shanella, if I can get my answers for Division of Economic Development and Division of Natural Resources on how much money they have put into the legislation thus far. Thank you. Reserve the rest of my time.
Honorable Shauna Claw, reserve time at 59 seconds. Staff, have we gotten any wording from Division of Natural Resource? Is anybody working on that? Has anybody gotten in contact with Division of Natural Resource? Okay, so they are working on it. At the moment, there is no response from Division of Natural Resource. So with that, moving on to the next reserve time, which is Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Shade, 1 minute and 16 seconds.
I just wanted to mention that, I think it's a great opportunity for the Navajo Nation, and we're going to it's a tourist, it's in the grand circle of our a tourist attraction. And I know it's in the route of Page, Arizona, Lachey, Antelope Canyon, and Bullfrog and all that, and it's been there for so many years, and I know it's going to give us a good income. Thank you. I'll waive my time.
Shade, thank you for that. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay waives her time. With that, I will go back to the sponsor for response from colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Herman Daniel, Shana.
Yeah, Nana Kodo. The Quinus Eshin Equado, Naidos Kedo, Nana Kodo 8 or Saiba Z Kodo. AIC here Kodo. So with that, I'm gonna turn the time over to my agents Kodo Nagaita to answer some of the questions Kodo Nagaita by Delegate Jesus, Delegate Parrish, Delegate Crotty, Delegate Dr. Naz, Delegate Arviso, Delegate Slater, Delegate Yazi, Delegate Rick Naz, Ada comment Ila, Ada, other than Delegate Shauna Claw, Honorable Claw, other than Shade comment Ila, yeah. So, Mr. Sapp.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. So the questions I think that I can answer are, it's when will the Navajo Nation start receiving profit? The way the profit sharing agreement's worded, after 12 months, or so 3 months after the fiscal year end, then that rent check goes out. So you would expect to receive it after, so that'd be 15 months of operation on the first check. And then as far as the Goulding's rating and professional rating in the hospitality world, I don't know of any that's there in particular. We know of it in particular by reputation among our mutual group tour operators, and just what's, comes up in just we're in the industry, we're immersed in it, and they are certainly what we call the market leader in that area. The best way, the best barometer to me, because I'm kind of a numbers guy. Well, I'm exactly a numbers guy, is the fact that, their annual occupancies are at 75% and with average daily rates of about $180 per night. That's tremendous and considered very successful. So certainly financially, it's going to be ranked as high as you can get. That's what I had that I could do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Shaba Hoitis Ashkodo Nagait, one of my agents over here, Kodo Nagait, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. In response to Amber Crotty's question, I believe the Navajo Nation policies and procedures were taken into consideration during the acquisition, though, the purchase that was done. So I cannot really answer to that, but as far as the Division of Economic Development, we're working with any policies or procedures that we do have in working with potential clienteles or individuals, even with the hospitality, the enterprises. In regards to the, let's see.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shadeja. Ms. Curley, I apologize, Ms. Elaine. I asked for where can I find it in the legislation, because the rules state, the rules to the acquisition fund state, it'll be the Executive Director of Natural Resources. So I'm trying to figure out how did some of this authority be given to economic development? I'm looking for source documents, because then it's economic development, it sounds, according to the presentation and the language, then asked the enterprises if they're interested, and the enterprise was working with economic development. But this is a land purchase using land acquisition funds, and they have rules and procedures. So I'm just asking, where in this exhibit can I find, how did we get to this point? I've never, in my experience with land purchase, we're usually talking to the Executive Director of Land Department. So was that authorized? Did RDC authorize that to economic development? That's what I'm looking for in this legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. There is a request on the floor for documentation on if what was the proper delegation of who regarding the land acquisition fund, what transpired between a transition between the land department and over to DED. I'm going to return that to our sponsor, Delegate Daniels, and if there's additional time needed to get that documentation, and then we can entertain a recess if we do need that, that there is that option as well. Delegate Daniels.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Thank you for the question, questions. How did some authority given to DED? Did RDC authorize it to DED? So I'm going to give some time over to DED. I don't know. DNR Executive Director, don't lead us at that, perhaps. Madam Speaker.
Delegate Daniels, I believe you requested for Mr. Halona. Mr. Halona, since we are on a point of privilege, I'm going to allow you to help the sponsor answer some of these questions that are coming from Delegate Crotty. Point of privilege raised by Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Yeah, Shadeja. While Mr. Halona is taking a role as an agent right now, can I also have my question answered on how much money the Division of Natural Resource has spent on the Goulding's land acquisition up to our current date? And then if I can also get the same response from Division of Economic Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shauna Antlaw. I'm going to recognize that point of privilege. Mr. Halona, there were two sets of questions that were asked from Delegate Crotty and also Delegate Shauna Antlaw. And just for the record as well, we did have staff reach out to Executive Director Tony Skorlanis on some of these questions as well, regards to DED. Mr. Halona, to those 2 point of privileges.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and Delegate Claw and Delegate Crotty. Costs. The cost so far that has been incurred from the DNR side is the title insurance commitment costs, and then other than that, just staff time. Going out and doing the inspections, getting the title work done, coordinating and working with DED on the tours for some of the individuals that took the tours during that time. So that's what from the Division of Natural Resource expenditures on is really staff time from the Land Acquisition Trust Fund management program. We have a senior appraiser that was on board that handled a lot of that work during that time.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Are there any additional responses? Delegate Daniels?
Thank you very much, Kudodama. There was also a question from Honorable Claw. How much was spent by DED, DNR, AD, on this legislation?
Ms. Young? You don't have to press the button. The staff will press the audio for you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels, Speaker Curley. In regards to the amount of money spent for this project, directly spending any monies to this project, we don't find anything. We didn't spend any money on, in essence, we usually do spend money on surveys, appraisal and reappraisal or things like that, or on the on any of the clearances, the EA, all that. We didn't spend any money on this, and a lot of the information that was provided basically from the appraisal, and that's what we have. And the only, I guess, indirect that was spent, I would have to say would be the same as what Mr. Halona has commented, which is staff time going over there and providing the tour, all of the coordination in some of the tours that were taken with LaFonts, and then also with the delegates, some of the divisions things like that. Or I should say that I did spend my own money thinking that I would get reimbursed too. On one of the luncheon, I did cover the cost on my credit card, and I was told that I can't be reimbursed. It wasn't it wasn't approved as part of the I guess the travel TA expense. That was mainly it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young, for answering part one of the point of privileges raised by Honorable Shauna N. Plough. Colleagues, I believe we did address the 2 point of privileges, and we'll move forth with requests to speak. We'll move down to Vice Chair Johnson. You're new in queue, so you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, good evening to everybody, my honorable 25th Navajo Nation Council delegate colleagues. When I'm listening to everybody, we're not, there's really a lot of good, valid questions and concerns regarding this legislation. When I look at Arizona tourism, when I look it up, it's at $23 billion per year. That's how much Arizona's potential tourism. And Grand Canyon per year is 4.73 as of last year, 2022 million visitors per year. And I think probably over 1 million visitors per year travel to Monument Valley. And we really have to look at the future. Right now there's 300 jobs of the community. And when we traveled out there last week a couple weeks ago with RDC to take a look at the uranium mines and everything like that, there's Navajo Nation's got no businesses out there other than charging a fee into the park, $8 per vehicle, from my understanding. So, this is something that is an opportunity not only for the Navajo Nation, but the future of that community. And we drove way in the back in Monument Valley, not the other, going west, we're looking at some mine sites, and there was some community members' homes out there that had just rows of vehicles like in the middle of nowhere, and they were tourist companies. And just imagine if, we can help build on that, help them build their company as well to increase, tourism. And Chairman So, is right what he said. Navajo Nation had an opportunity to buy Cameron. I'm from Cameron. And the amount of people that are in that working there, a lot of my relatives work there. And that's nonstop. That, Highway 89 and 64 going to Grand Canyon. I'd like to see something like this, there as well. And the potential's there, the billion-dollar industry. So, this is like I said, it's an opportunity, but, I do commend all my colleagues here, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, regarding these, concerns about this legislation. So, Honorable Herman Daniels, I do support your legislation, and I think we do need to acquire more properties, more businesses. So I'm ready to vote. So I'd like to go ahead and anybody want my time? Going once, twice? Okay, I'll waive it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Johnson waives his time. Colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time. I'll take 2 reserve time, then we'll turn it back over to the sponsor. We have Chair Brenda Jesus with 1 minute and 2 seconds.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I had a question prior when I came back around to my reserve time in regards to whether the investment department under Office of the Controller was consulted. And second part is I do support the purchase, but we really need to be vigilant about the property itself and looking at the economic life. So again, we just want a proper transaction to happen that would really benefit the Navajo Nation when we come back talking about our rate of return on investment. Madam Speaker, I do reserve my time.
Reserve time of 22 seconds. Next, we have Chair Shondine Parrish with 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and good evening to the members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, colleagues, for the very, robust discussion this evening. I had a question in regards to the cost of improvements. Did the sponsor or his agents provide that to the Navajo Nation Council? And I ask this because would then the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise incur these costs? That's important to know because, of course, we don't want the enterprise to come back to the nation. The idea of having this in front of the investment committee was also brought up. I think that's an interesting avenue to go down. I'd also like to ask the sponsor if the Department of Risk Management was able to do an assessment on the assets that would be acquired by the nation. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:31. Honorable Daniels, I'm going to return back the floor to you regarding 2 questions that were raised by Chair Jesus and also Chair Parrish, and to the comments to Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you very much. Adonana kudo oyen hinke is kinde abiga na itos kidige asiba he needs in kudo Adonana kudo ahot hagan halongo. A national you're gonna inspect your homes if you have a house, if you have a hogan. National everything. Beno that jaga and later loan jaga. Nagay beladal kash beladas kali dan ahitaka. Or that you gotta do maintenance on your homes. Or that did you out elodida? Out about hayako. Ako aronana kodo peso elogan halongo. Ako edition gilbeda husband ako but kodo nagayta the questions kodo shma kodo delegate Chair Jesus na idesh kidigi if controller was consulted. Aronana kodo nagayta shma kodo na idesh kidigi ishin kodo nagay my agents which on shleto le kodo dam Okay, I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Yankudo to answer his questions.
Thank you for the questions, and thank you, Delegate Daniels. Honorable Parrish, your question in regards to the risk management, I believe risk management is inclusive. I'm not sure if it's inclusive in the acquisition in their processes, but as far as the external, the in-depth appraisal, I cannot really speak to if it included anything like that. So I know they did a thorough appraisal so I'm not really sure if it included in there. And I know I went through it, I skimmed through the appraisal, and I can't say that I did see anything in that report. And then in regards to your, one of the questions that you had asked was the financial statements from the LaFonts. We didn't get the actual financial statements, but we did get was it only the income tax, the income tax or the, yes, and I didn't get copies of it, but we did receive them. We did receive the financial statements. Okay, and one other question, Office of the Controller, and if this was brought to the Investment Committee. No, it wasn't brought up to the Investment Committee, and I believe that during the process of this, when we complete the purchase, the controller, I believe they will be signing off on it, and if it's going through the 164 process.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Shiaj. Honorable Daniels, thank you for this discussion. I know there were a lot of questions, and thank you for providing all those answers and recommendations. Reserve time, we have reserved time by Delegate Crotty of 43 seconds.
Speaker, my questions haven't been answered regarding division and following the rules for the Land Acquisition Fund. My time is being used, but I'm not being provided information. I need to know the timeline, because economic development is working on what authority, and what authority to offer an operating agreement, and what authority for the enterprise to move forward on an appraisal, because the timeline doesn't work right. And this is under the Division of Natural Resources. I'll reserve my time. There's no authority.
Reserve time of 10 seconds. I'm going to move down to Council Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Shudder. At this time, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:24. We move to point of privilege raised by Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Thank you, Deja. I believe that Shanella Amber Crotty is correct. She has asked several questions, and I wanted to see if her question was answered. She did ask how much funding was left in the land acquisition, and then she also asked if they could distinguish how much they will be using as far as the interest and how much they're dipping into the principal. So if we could get her question answered, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shauna Antlaw. I'm going to recognize that point of privilege, refer that to our agents, and also Shiaj Delegate Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to give the time over to my agent, Ms. Yang. Speaker. Madam Speaker, my agent bawas ayah siya hujat na Ms. Yang.
Thank you again, Delegate Daniels. In regards to Honorable Claude's question on the dollars in regards to the land acquisition, I believe that is in the legislation, page 280. I don't have that right now with me.
Delegate Daniels, there was also a question on Delegate Crotty's previous point of privilege where she raised that when the transition between DED and natural resources and who was the main part of that transition, or how did that become that decision? I believe that's what she was inquiring about. So if we can get Delegate Crotty's questions also explained or clarified for the record. Delegate Daniels?
Yes, thank you very much, Kudo. In regards to Delegate Crotty's question, Kudo, my agent, which I sleep question agreed, Bana ide Kidiki from Delegate Crotty, DED, Donana DNR. Ida Piana ide Kidiki, Ms. Yang.
In regards to the question raised by Honorable Crotty, in regards to the authority that was given to us, any discussion or anything like that with the land department, is that based on the previous attempt that was bought, a purchase that was made prior. This was actually another attempt, or just say a second attempt. I guess from the first one, it was mentioned that it didn't go through because of the last hour, that there was no operator or manager for the Gouldings. Therefore, addressing this again with the 24th Council, it was mentioned that that there would be a profit share and form some kind of a profit share, and then also they would work directly with DED to make sure that there is an owner-operator in that agreement, and that if it was sent out to purchase that if it's going to be a return for the Navajo Nation, it would be an owner-operator would be an enterprise. So based on that discussion, we did send out an RFP, RFQ for qualifying individual. So that was how we made the decision to have hospitality as owner-operator. But there was a lengthy discussion that it needed a owner-operator, and that that profit share would be in place, and some other items were in there too as well. So based on that, we just went through that process. I can't remember if there was any agreement or anything with Land Department, but it was a discussion with Land Department, and then also with some of the council, the delegates at the beginning. Thank you.
Shiaj, Delegate Daniels, and your agents. Colleagues, we do have Chair Eugenio Charles Newton, new in queue. Point of privilege raised by Delegate Amber Kisnebach-Karate.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So in the document, there's no exhibit that gives DED the authority. I'm trying to understand how you have the authority to find an operator. I'm not sure what delegates you met with. I'm looking at the rules and policies approved by RDC regarding this fund, Land Acquisition Trust Fund. There's a document, Exhibit D, dated December 12, 2022, where DNR in the last paragraph authorizes and identifies individuals, but Division of Economic Development is not identified. And so is there an updated memo in this packet that provides that collaboration? That's what I'm looking for, Madam Speaker, because the rules are on page 2 of 12, starting line 15. There's a resource and development resolution on how to use land acquisition funds. And I just need to see in this document how that was used, because I don't understand why we're hearing a presentation on the operation when we haven't even met the criteria for accessing the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. That's why I need that information, Speaker. My fourth request, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. For that point of privilege, I'm going to recognize that. Sponsor, Kodoshi Yaj, Delegate Daniels. This is in regards to the cited RDC resolution, RDCCO 7816. I believe that's what Delegate Crotty did mention earlier, and the authority of Exhibit D, and if there's an updated Exhibit D. So I don't know if you do need additional time to get that documentation, or if that is currently still standing, or if that Exhibit D is current. But if you could help us answer Delegate Crotty's questions. Kodoshi Delegate Daniels.
Oh, thank you, Nana Kodoshi. The original document, yeah. The original document is over 1,000 pages. I don't know if you read through the 1,000 pages. I don't know that the legislation, there's really 12 pages. In regards to Delegate Crotty's question, just like I indicated earlier, this is your legislation. It can be amended, like Shadat, he has an amendment to include into this legislation. Yeah, this can be amended. If you want to insert certain language, documents that thank you.
Yeah, Shiaj, this is for that clarification. The Exhibit D, there's no, maybe giving that answer to Delegate Crotty, if that's the current existing exhibit for, I believe she referenced Exhibit D.
Yes, Madam Speaker, yeah, exhibit D. What's in here? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Delegate Daniels for answering that question. We do have reserved time by Vice Chair Slater of 4 minutes and 8 seconds.
I think Delegate Charles Newton had something.
Oh yeah, we were on Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, still with 5 minutes.
Speaker, at this time, per Rule 23, I'd like to go into executive session at this time, Speaker. It does require some confidentiality, so if my colleagues could please support me on this, Speaker, I reserve my time.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Rule 23 of our Navajo Nation Rules of Order, a motion can be made for an executive session to discuss any business item on the adopted agenda. And she did require confidentiality or of sensitive nature. We have a second by Honorable Shauna Ampla. The motioning party, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, can you state the time frame of the executive session?
15 minutes, Speaker, and if we could just go into maybe the South Conference Room.
Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, will it just be only among us colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council?
And Dana and probably Chief of Staff as well.
That motion will include 15 minutes executive session with legal counsel and our Chief of Staff, Mr. Rico, and the colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. All right, colleagues, we do have that updated here on the board. Is the motion to enter executive session for 15 minutes? Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Since we did have a lengthy discussion on this legislation since 2:23 p.m., I do feel that it is appropriate to go into executive session. Colleagues, I'll call for if there's no comments or question on the motion that's on the floor right now. Second call. Third call. Colleagues will go into a vote to enter into executive session. We have 1 minute on the board. For the record, we do have 3 excused absences. We have Delegate Curtis Yanito, Delegate Seth Damon, and Delegate Norman Begay. Delegate Simpson. Delegate Toth. I have 30 seconds on the board. Thank you, colleagues. We do have our votes locked down. We have 18 in favor, 1 opposed, with speaker not voting. Colleagues, the motion carries to enter into executive session. It is now 5:57, and we will enter into executive session at 5:57 and reconvene in 15 minutes. We will enter into the North Conference Room. There's a lot more room in the North Conference Room, colleagues. And that will include members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, legal counsel, and also our chief of staff. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, the executive session thank you, colleagues, for the dialogue and in coordinates to Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 23. So that is the rule that we followed. So if you want to look over that. Colleagues, I believe we're all back in within the council chambers and out of the North Conference Room. We would like to entertain a motion and a second to exit out of executive session. Motion by Delegate Toth. Do we have a second? Second by Delegate Nota. Thank you, colleagues. So we're going to the voting board to exit out of the executive session. Delegate Crotty, Vice Chair Slater, and Delegate Simpson. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Chair Charles Newton votes green. We do have 3 excused absences. We have Council Delegate Curtis Yanito, Delegate Seth Damon, and Delegate Norman Begay, who are excused from the vote. So we have 20 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting, and we exit out of executive session at 7:08 p.m. Colleagues, we are still within the reserved time on legislation 0025-23. So let me just do a recap of the reserved time. We do have reserved time by Chair Jesus of 22 seconds, Chair Parrish with 1 minute and 31 seconds, Delegate Crotty with 10 seconds, Delegate Dr. Andinez with 2 minutes and 24 seconds, Vice Chair Slater with 4 minutes and 8 seconds, Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie with 3 minutes and 46 seconds, and Honorable Shauna Ann Plough with 59 seconds, and Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 4 minutes and 48 seconds. So we'll go within that order. First, we'll go to Chair Jesus, 22 seconds.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. So, Shiaj, Honorable Daniels, I just have one question. Would there be consideration for a counter offer on this particular offer that the Navajo Nation is making to Goulding for Goulding's purchase? I waive the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Jesus waives her time. Next, we have Chair Parrish with 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Speaker Curley, before we get to my request to speak, or my reserved time, I would like to request that Chair Brenda Jesus' question be answered first before we further the discussion, because I think that might change some of the questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Parrish. Delegate Daniels, I'll refer that question over to the sponsor here and also your agent, if your agents are still here. Shiaj, Delegate Daniels, regarding the counter offer that was raised by Chair Jesus.
Thank you very much, Kodo, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. It's been a long day. Consideration for a counter offer. I know that negotiation I would refer that question to DOJ or OLC. DOJ, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Ellen, if you could state your name and also with your departments for the record.
Good evening, Navajo Nation Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Allen, A-L-L-A-N. I'm the principal attorney at the Division of Natural Resources, and I've done a lot of work on this project. A consideration of counteroffer. From the information that all the exhibits and everything that's attached to the legislation, what had happened is there was a negotiation of the purchase price, and the agreement that the seller approved is significantly less than what is stated in the appraisal price. But what I need to disclose to you is, though the appraisal has this high price, you will also find in the appraisal that it states that because of the way the property is set up with all the little pieces, and there are hundreds of pieces, and the way it's organized, it is considered obsolete. It would be better organized, I think, with NNHE and their plan to develop additional rooms. This would significantly increase the cash flow that comes out of that property, and there would be more profitability for both NNHE and the Navajo Nation General Fund. Does that answer your question?
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Gashi Hiahat Shiaj, Delegate Daniels. We are back onto reserve time. We have Chair Parrish with 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'd like to motion to recess for today. We've had a long day and we've been contemplating this legislation for a few hours, and I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
Okay. Reserve time of 1:21. Colleagues, there's a motion to recess on the floor by Honorable Parrish. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Azeret. Colleagues, if there's no objections to the recess, I don't see any. We'll go to the voting board to call into recess for today. 2 minutes on the board. Delegate Arvizo, if you're still here within the chambers. You have about 50 seconds to vote. Delegate Arvizo vote screen to recess. And we do have 3 excused absences: Council Delegate Unito, Council Delegate Damon, and Council Delegate Norman Begay. With that, colleagues, we have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Motion to recess carries. Colleagues, we recess this evening at 7:17 p.m. And we will see you tomorrow morning. Just an announcement, colleagues, we also do have recognitions starting at 8 a.m. right in front of the council chambers. So if you're scheduled to do special recognitions, it will be right in front of the council chambers. And tomorrow we are wearing blue and teal to celebrate Elder Day.